Okay, good morning, everybody. I believe you can see my screens. You're welcome to the Catfish, the Aquaculture training on entrepreneurship, and I'm excited that you're here. I think you've taken a very good step. Ordinarily, I would ask what experience you have ordinarily in fish. Have you done any fish venture before? So we have, you can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. So this is our aquaculture EDI class. It's presented by Dr. Sam Awul-Mate and I. My name is Akin Shuemo, but I'm popularly called Akin Fish. So ordinarily, we'd like to meet you. Why do you want to farm fish? Do you have any agricultural experience? What do you expect from this class? I would like that whilst the class is going on, you write down any questions you have, and maybe every 1 hour we'll just take a break and answer your questions from the past 1 hour, and then we'll proceed. All right. In the absence of that, I'm sure the moderator has already told us the class rules. So we proceed. All right. We move forward from now. So I'll start by playing a video for you. All right. So the video is how fish is born into the production cycle. All right. So here goes the video. It has no sound, so no, your sound is not wrong. But here goes the video. We are hatching fish here. Fish is artificially cultured. All right. It's not caught from the wild to be farmed. All right, so that is a male fish. I believe you can see, right? You can see the video.
Yes, very well, we can.
Great. So this is how fish is born. This is the beginning of a fish cycle. All right. So we'll just enjoy the video for the next. It's a 6 minutes video, so we'll just watch it and then we'll start the class properly. So
just keep speaking to what is being done every moment.
So,
yes.
This is
exactly that's what I was going to say, that since there is no audio from the video, you need to really supplement by explaining what's happening, especially to those who will watch the video later on, the recordings later on. They will learn from your explanation.
Okay,
thank you very much for your comments. So this is the male broodstock. Broodstock is what we call the parent stock. When we want to make the baby fishes, we bring the male adult fish and the female adult fish, and we mate them together artificially. So the male fish actually has to die, and there we remove the sperm sac. As you can see, we just cut open the fish. We'll move on. Further on in the classes, I'll tell you the characteristics for good adult parent fishes, but here you can see we just remove the sperm sac. That's me holding the sperm sac there. All right, and we'll put it, we clean the table. This is just cleaning the table for us to proceed with the work, but we've removed the sperm sac from the male. It's always advisable to get 2 males on standby, because sometimes you don't get a good sperm sac from one of the males, so you want to have 2 on ground to make sure that if the first one doesn't come out so good, I mean, you get from the second one. And then this is the female fishes. This is the female fish. All right. Prior to this time, she has been injected with an injection which is called ovaline. So with that injection, you can the eggs from the female will come out easily when you strip them. So stripping is the act of using your fingers to press out the eggs from the female fish. So we're about to start stripping now. It helps you get 2 people. So because of the injection we have given the female adult fish, it makes it quite easy for the eggs to come out. All right. So we'll be stripping the eggs. Averagely, it is estimated that your eggs is 10%. All right, 10% of the weight of the fishes. All right, so we've got the. Sorry, hold on. Okay. Yeah, so we're stripping out the eggs. We're trying to strip it out completely so that, so I think we stripped two female fishes here. You get the weight, you get the egg. We're stripping out again. If you notice, just like 10 seconds ago, let me just rewind that so you see that. Like 10 seconds ago, you will see a weighing scale on the table. I'll see if I can pause it so that you can weigh the eggs, all right? For a commercial venture, you want to make sure that you have data, you're collecting data. So of course, we'll move to record keeping much data in the class. But for now, you should see that we are being deliberate about, so I just want to show you so this is us stripping the weighing scale. Okay, so we are still stripping. Great. Okay, oh, sorry, did you see that? Just let me go back.
Yeah.
I just want to show you the weighing scale so you can see that we are quite meticulous about keeping records. Yeah, so I know that's blurry, but right here, if you can see my cursor, right here, that's a table with the weighing scale on top. It's quite blurry, so you might not see it so quick, but that was that. And you weigh the eggs that you get from the female. That should give you an estimate of the expected hatched fish that you expect to see from it, all right? And that will also help you know the efficiency of your hatching process. So after getting your eggs, you get them together in a bowl. The bowl should be dry before you put in the eggs because water contaminates the eggs, all right? You get saline solution, all right? Saline solution is salt and water solution. You add your sperms, the sperm you collected from the male, all right? You add it to the eggs of the female. So you can see me busting the sperm sac here, putting the sperm into the eggs of the female. And once you get that done, as I said, you mix with saline solution, all right? This one sperm sac contains millions of eggs. So you don't have to be worried about, oh, will it be enough or otherwise? No. It's quite, I mean, it contains millions of sperms. So with that, we mix the mixture together, all right? We mix the mixture together so that the eggs can actually fertilize so that the sperm can actually fertilize the eggs, all right? It takes within like 1 minute for it to be fertilized. Once you get that together, because of the scale of the eggs we are fertilizing, we spread it into two so that we can be faster about it because you don't want the eggs to be out of water for so long. So you already have prepared your hatchery, you have net inside water, and you have your hatching vat already. And what you just do is that you spread the sperms, you spread the egg on your net in very thin layers, all right? As thin a layer as possible. So this is us spreading the eggs on the nets. The nets are called kakaban nets, and you spread them over the nets. It's always good to have flowing water, all right? To have flowing water, clean water, all right? The more oxygenated the water is, the more results you get from your hatching. So after 1 hour of spreading the eggs, this is how it is, all right? The eggs just stay there. They actually become sticky once sperm touches it. Once the fish sperm touches it, it becomes sticky. So they stick to the net, all right? And then after 30 hours, they start dropping from the net, all right? Let me just pause this so that you can read this. After 30 hours, you remove your net because the hatched fries would have dropped from the holes of that net. They would have dropped down, all right, to the bottom of your vat or whatever it is you're hatching from. So you now remove the net because everything that is left still stuck on the net is unfertilized egg and they will corrupt your water. All right, so you want to do that. And then you shake the net well so that any ones that are still on top will drop to the bottom of the net. And then so this is us shaking the net to remove the net, all right, from the vats. We're still circulating water, we're still sending water in and out of each of the vats. All right, and then within 3 days, the fries that were at the bottom, we've not fed them. When the fries come out, they come out with like a sperm sac, and they feed on that sperm sac for the first 3 days. So you don't feed them, all right. But after 3 days, they come up looking for food, all right, and then we now start feeding them. So you would see shortly right now. Yeah, this is the result you get after 3 days. So you can see them all playing around looking for food and all of the likes. So you have them there. In this small vat, we can have as much as 2,000 fishes. All right, and
Wow.
You keep them here until you feel strong enough to move them. So yeah, that's a quick introduction to how the baby fishes are gotten. All right, yeah. So yeah, that is welcome to the fish class. So I also want to hear from you. Do you have any fish experience? Have you? I think we're how many now?
We have one participant now, so
yes.
we can ask questions from.
So,
can you please unmute
Anthony, you're welcome to our class. Can we meet you?
Is she really a participant? I thought Halima is a technologist. Halima,
no,
are you participating?
Anthony. We have somebody, Anthony. Can it be unmuted, please? Kindly help us unmute Anthony. Yes.
Okay, let me see. I'm not even seeing Anthony.
It's right there.
Okay.
And because he's the only one, we can leave him unmuted.
Yeah, we can leave him.
Yeah.
And feedback echo somewhere. Anthony, we want to hear from you. You are the participant now.
Yes, I'm a participant. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning, General.
Wow. Yes, I've been into fish farming for some time now, but on the area of hatchery, I'm a novice there. Usually, I get my fingerlings from other farmers and stock to table size. So I think in this program now, I'm beginning to realize that the process of hatchery is not as difficult as I think. So it's one thing I can I thank you.
Okay, so why do you want to farm fish, sir?
Actually, it's because of the passion. I once worked in a study center where they have a fish farm. So during my break time, I usually go there, look at the way the animals behave, enjoy themselves, and I develop that passion for having a fish farm.
Wonderful, wonderful. So do you know that feeding fish is a therapy for depression? All right, they use in developed countries, people that are sad and are suffering through depression, they take them to feed fish farms and ask them to feed fishes, and it just produces joy inside of them and helps them solve, feeling of sadness that they have. So I understand what you mean by going to see how the fish just swim and everything. I think there was another study that said that if you watch fish swimming for 10 minutes, it brings down your blood pressure.
Hello? Hello?
Did you hear that?
Can you hear me? Yes, you are very, very right, because the fish is just like a family to me. My family and children are not here in Abuja, but once I get home, I look at the fishes, the way they behave. Even at night, I go there with my lantern, and that is that they're very, very active. They make me happy. In fact, apart from the profit aspect of the business, the passion I derive from stocking these aquatic animals is a very, very great one. Thank you.
That is what you actually need to be a fish farmer. You can never succeed in fish farming if you don't love the fish.
Yes.
Love the fish for the fish, not love the fish for yourself. When you love the fish for the fish, you will see them grow and blossom. So I'm glad that we have somebody who has passion for the fish, not just because you want money out of the fish, but you want the fish for themselves. So you are welcome, and I strongly believe that there are many things that you will get out of this class that will help you in the world of fisheries. You're welcome.
Thank you.
So, sir, we are still putting you on the mic, Mr. Anthony. So, tell us about your agricultural experience, your farming of the fish currently. Did you raise the fishes to? How long did you keep the fishes for? Who did you sell them to?
Sir, could you please repeat the question again?
I said, please tell us about your experience in raising fish. How long did you keep the fishes for, and who did you sell them to?
Okay. Actually, if the fish gets the table size, I have customers at Kado Fish Market. I usually invite them down to come and sell the fish to. I also have another woman in Gogwalada who usually smoke the fish and sell it to her customers at National Hospital. So, but from my investigation, I've come to realize that the middlemen are the ones that enjoy these fish more than the farmers, because fish get to a certain size, one can smoke it and sell it directly to the customers. So to maximize profit, so it's better for one, after rearing your fish to a particular size, you smoke it yourself and sell it directly to the customers.
Thank you very much. I agree. I agree that the middleman is a real issue for us in fish farming right now. However, I've found out also that depending on the scale of the farm, right? I mean, sometimes I have to sell like 10,000 fishes in a week, and I've been a full-time fish farmer now for 10 years, and I still don't have the resource to push out that much every week, you know. But the middlemen, they already have the retailers, you know. If you are in the Southwest here, we have these women at almost every junction with their bowls where they sell fish, you know, and the middlemen know that they will deliver to all of them for them to sell. So as much as, yes, I mean, if you can, for a small and medium business, you know, yes, you want to try to remove them. But for those of us that are big, that, you know, that do farming in scale, we need them, you understand? And let me also ask, I see we have a new student here. We have Christy. We have Christy.
I'm trying to unmute them.
Can you unmute them, please?
Okay, so Christy.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Okay, she's not a participant. She's one of us.
Okay,
yes,
great.
yes.
Great. So we are still focusing on our participants. So what do you expect from this class? You are here. What's just tell us any expectations you have.
Let me just echo what you said before. Okay. You know, I don't know if you understand what you said by the scale of production, because in this class you will actually be introduced to the process of processing your fish, how you can actually get the best, you know, from your production, and also your marketing. So we have production, we have processing, and we have marketing. So you can be involved in all of the three value chains. So my colleague just said scale. So you need to know what scale are you, so that you can take advantage of your production process. So like he asked you just your expectation from the class, where you are coming here.
And they can put up their video in order to conserve their data. The rule is that when
yes, welcome back.
Asked,
class without you.
Where did you raise your hand electronically, and the moderator will call upon anyone
where is this voice coming from?
To put up the questions and
Dr. Olumate, do you know how we can avoid interference from this noise? How we can avoid interference from this noise, from the noise that is coming from someone's environment? Everybody should mute. It's only the presenter that can leave his microphone on. Every other person should mute their microphone. If you want to talk, you raise your hand.
I think that is better.
You electronically raise your hand, then the moderator, that's Professor Yalams, I don't know who the moderator is, I think it's Professor Yalams, will now unmute the person can speak. If not, we'll be having interference from different environments.
Okay.
So Jesse, I want to hear from Jesse. Maybe when I also mention names, I would have the moderator mute the person. So I think Jesse is muted right now. We want to hear from Jesse. Jesse, can we meet you?
Can we please unmute Jesse?
Okay, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Jesse. We can hear you loud and clear now.
Okay, yes, I was on earlier, but I think I just went, I don't know what happened. I went off, I have to come back again. I think the question, are we to go through, answer some of the questions that I'm seeing on the screen?
Yes, please.
All right, I am Jesse, and why do you want to farm fish? Anyway, I think I have this passion, and it's something I started before. Though it was unfortunate that, in fact, I didn't carry a very good survey in the location. And when I started during this rainy season last year, unfortunately, the rain came and wiped almost everything. And in fact, I was discouraged. The resources I put there, you know, in fact, it completely took almost all the resources. And I've done some online studies. I've gone to the field and I've participated. In fact, I wanted to even, my intention was to start from hatchery and then go into full production and even try to see if I can even go for marketing. You know, I came up with some strategies on the issue of marketing. And in fact, for now, though I don't have any farm yet because of the issue of finance.
We can hear you. Continue.
Yes. So I really want to get more insight on especially this hatchery process.
Did you see the video we played on hatchery?
No,
yes,
we can't go back there again.
No, I did. I saw it.
Okay, great. So you saw the video. So yeah, what do you expect from this class? I want to hear from Mr. Anthony, and then we'll also take Jesse. What do you expect from this class?
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
You mean myself?
Okay, no, what is the question again?
I said, what do you expect from this class?
What do I expect from this?
Class, from this session that you have with us. What would you like to learn?
Yes, at least the training on the hatchery is a very, very good one, but the process is so brief, and I believe that it's more complex than this. So what I expect is that if we can go into the nitty-gritty more on the process of hatchery, I would so much appreciate it.
Okay. What else? From the school, I mean, what are you looking towards to learn from coming from the entrepreneurship development?
Okay. Okay. My objective in this training is this: to know the process of hatchery and to know how to produce feed personally without going to the market to get the feed from the market, and the process of also smoking the fish and selling it directly to the customers.
Okay, thank you very much. This will help in our lecture. So this is a good time to just prompt the lecturer. Dr. Sam is here and is a very great resource person. So all these things you are saying now, Dr. Sam will be making a mental note to make sure he's answering as he's teaching. So Jesse, also I want to hear from you. What do you want to learn? What do you hope to learn at the end of this class? So what do you want to take away from it? So
yes, as he has said, the hatchery, I think in fact it's something that we need to take a lot of time to learn. and also, you know, whatever it is, if you don't have this business strategy of marketing, at the end of the day, you like going back to square one. So I think if we get more input from your end in regards the major marketing strategy that we can get from your side.
I'm listening. Continue. Okay, so I can't hear you anymore. I think we can proceed. We've heard from our students, and I would advise that you get a sheet of paper so you can write down as the class goes on. I can assure you that it's going to be very fast. I've heard your experience, and I know that I'm also speaking. So I would like your inputs. What we'll just do is that as I said, we'll just proceed. So, yeah, great. So yeah, fish, I'll give you 2 minutes to just read what's on your screen.
So it looks like we lost Jesse's signal. Or
you'll join
what
us.
happened?
He will join back, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. As I said, when I bring up a text on my screen, I'll give you 2 minutes to read it first, then I will explain it. Is that all right?
Go ahead.
Good. So basically, protein is a major food nutrient that is required by every human being. All right, and we have meat, we have fish as the 2 major sources of protein that we consume. All right, and fish is the cheaper of the 2 sources. All right, and in Nigeria, fish constitute 41% of the total animal protein that the average Nigerian eats. So they eat different types of fishes. There is the imported fish, the kote, the titus, you know, and the croaker, and all those imported fish that they bring in. Meanwhile, there is the farmed fish. So the farmed fish is catfish, tilapia. There are some smaller farmed fish, but they are not large enough to be registered. And right now, the government has ordered that we have a 25% reduction on fish imports every year going forward. That means they want to ban fish importation, but because they know that the current supply, the current number of fish farmers cannot.
Sorry, I couldn't wait.
Okay, so the current number of fish farmers cannot meet the demand of fish that every Nigerian needs. So they are reducing it by 25% every year up until when they can finally declare that they want to ban fish importation. So we need more fish farmers to come up, all right? We need more people to farm fish and to get it across to the customers. I should mention that one of the challenges fish farmers face right now is that our fishes don't particularly get to the customers in their houses. A lot of people that eat our fish right now, as I said, I'm a practicing full-time fish farmer. So please, we'll not just be talking theory here. I'll be telling you the real truth. The real truth is that a lot of the fish that are consumed right now are eaten in bars, hotels, clubs, lounges. Do you understand? People go out to eat pepper soup. People go out to eat barbecue. That's where a lot of our catfish goes to right now. But not a lot of people eat catfish inside their houses. Do you understand? Not a lot of people cook catfish. If they want to cook fish, they will go and buy titus and, you know, kote and all the likes. So we as fish farmers need to know that that is where the market is. Almost every family buys fish every week, if not 2 or 3 times a week. All right, but they don't come and buy catfish. Why is that? So we need to move our fishes from the clubs and the hotels and the lounges. Now imagine COVID has hit now. There's corona in town now, and all those clubs, bars, and lounges are closed. However, people are still eating, and they're still eating fish, but they are eating it in their houses now. So we need to move our fish from that place too. the kitchen of our families. All right. So that's the general overview of aquaculture. I've mentioned that there's tilapia fish that is farmed in Nigeria, and this tilapia fish, is farmed in natural environments. All right. Tilapia is a very fragile fish. So for you to actually farm tilapia, you need to make sure that you have an environment that is as natural as possible and doesn't fluctuate. So a lot of people that farm tilapia, they farm tilapia in dams, in rivers, in earthen ponds. Let me show you a video of us trying to move tilapia, and you will see that. Hold on, let me see this. Let me see. Okay, so you will see us trying to move. Come in. I'm looking for a video. Okay, yeah. So great. So can you see this video? Can you see the video?
Yes, we can.
I'll just play the video 3 times. So this is tilapia that we're trying to do. And for us to transport oxygen into the environment and make them very tight, you need to take care of tilapia like egg. Like egg. You see, it's not like an oxygen canister. Okay, now you can see this is the oxygen canister here, and we have to put oxygen in it for the tilapia to actually survive the journey. Right? So tilapia is very fragile. It doesn't, I mean, the temperature is too cold. You can just put so many people farm tilapia because are fragile, and because it takes 9 months to get to one. Write that down. And tilapia takes 9 months to get to one. And then let me show you a tilapia earthen pond. So yeah, this is tilapia in the earthen ponds. All right, you can see, you can see them, right? This is the tilapia swimming around here, all right? And this one was like they were like 7 months at this time, and they were just about 600 grams thereabout. All right, so it takes 9 months thereabout. And for a businessman, you know, for you to have to wait 9 months to make an harvest, you know, it's almost like one batch is a commercial year already. You understand? Because it takes 9 months then for you to prepare your pond, stock, etc., sell, etc. I mean, the whole year is done. So a lot of people don't farm tilapia because tilapia fish takes that long and because it's that fragile. All right. So, but that's tilapia that I'm holding right there. You can see that. All right. And then people raise fish in different systems. All right. So we have people that raise fish in earthen ponds. So what is an earthen pond? An earthen pond is them digging the ground. All right. So they actually dig the ground and bring it out and pack out the sand so that they can keep water there. It's best in environments that are waterlogged. All right, so you want to make sure that there is maybe like a stream or there is a river close by so that you can channel the water there. All right, so you can see an earthen pond at my back there. So there are many processes to making sure an earthen pond is properly done to receive your fishes. So they use this mud pump. This pump you can see here, we have 2 inches, 3 inches pump. They use it to pull water from maybe like a stream to flood the earthen pond. A bowl might not necessarily work because for you to pump water into an earthen pond from a bowl might take like 24 hours. And since this is a commercial venture, meaning that all your expenses should be recorded, you can see that it might not be a feasible task. However, with this mud pump, you can always pull water from a river into your pond. So here we have concrete ponds. So concrete ponds is when they use block. All right, they use block. They fill it with concrete to house your fishes. However, the truth is that we have discovered that these concrete ponds always leak. All right, let me show you a video. Okay, great. So see this pond now. This is a concrete pond. And what we now do is that because it was leaking and leaking and leaking, we have to line Actually, when you use tarpaulin, can you see that there's tarpaulin inside the bucket right now? I'll just close it now. You can see the tarpaulin inside. Dr. Sam, I would like for you to respond. I know that they are muted. I know you are muted. Just ensure that everybody is close. Dr. Sam, are you there?
I can see it.
So, we're still giving a general background so you understand the concrete point. And as you can see, we are using tarpaulin to line to make sure that it doesn't leak anymore. But what we found out is always leaks. And there's recirculatory systems. So what we call recirculatory systems is when people keep fish in a place, but the water from the fish that is wasted, you know, when the fish stay there for so long, they excrete inside the water, they dirty the water, etc. Your feed pollutes the water. But what they now do is that instead of the water to be poured out and just waste, they take the water to somewhere else, purify the water, and bring it back. So it's like a circle. The circle starts with the water inside the pond, but they take it to somewhere else, clean the water, and bring that same water back into the pond for the fishes to use. Do you understand that? So let me play a video for you to see. So WRS, okay. Okay, so look at like that artery I showed you before.
This is the pump tank. The water gets pumped into this, flows down. These are the fishes around the tank. It drains through this into this and then goes to the sedimentation tank, passes under, comes out here and then drains back into the pump tank.
The pump tank, right?
This is the pump tank. The water gets pumped into this, flows down. These are the fishes around the tank. It drains through this into this and then goes to the sedimentation tank, passes under, comes out here and then drains back into the pump tank. This is the pump tank. The water gets pumped into this, flows down. These are the fishes around the tank. It drains through this into this and then goes to the sedimentation tank, passes under, comes out here and then drains back into the pump tank. This is the pump tank. The water gets pumped into this, flows down. These are the fishes around the tank. It drains through this into this and then goes to the sedimentation tank, passes under.
What you call a water recirculatory system. All right, let me show you one for the big fish.
This is a water recirculatory system. The water doesn't waste, it doesn't go out. It's purified in this biotank. And it's very intensive, it uses a lot of power. And this is a water recirculatory system. The water doesn't waste, it doesn't go out. It's purified in this biotank. And it's very intensive, it uses a lot of power. And this is a water recirculatory system.
So great. So you have an idea of what the water recirculatory system is, right? It uses water from the fishes, takes it somewhere else, pumps it, cleans it, and then brings it back to the fishes. So you get that. Great. So tanks.
Just before you continue,
okay.
I'd like to just say that in considering which system you want to use, you have to be very, you have to be advised. You know, fortunately, my thesis at the master's level was on these three systems. I was looking at the comparative study of the three systems, the arting pond, the concrete tank, and the recirculatory system, and the costs, you know, the return on investment on each of them. You know, and you have to know that each of them has return on investment. So you have to choose people, even what aspect of aquaculture do I want to keep with a particular system. He will be explaining that one to you later. Okay, since I'm going to be using recirculatory, should I do table size? Should I do just juvenile? Should I do fingerlings alone with that one so I can produce in multitude? You know, so many of these things, you know, he's in the field. He will better advise. You know, you need professional to advise you so that you know exactly what aspect, what type of system to use to produce a particular type of fish. I just want to make that clarification so that you will not say, oh, I like recirculatory system. Let me do table size fish. Oh, I don't like acting pond because it's dirty. You know, so we have to be advised, you know, by professionals.
Very true. Very true. Thank you very much, Dr. Sam, for that. So if I was to mention the advantages and disadvantages of the earthing pond is actually the most natural source of keeping your fishes. However, if you are selling to, let me give you an example now, a practical example. If I had a pepper soup joint that was taking 50 fishes from me every Friday, you know, Friday is weekend. So as I said, this class will be very practical because I'm a practical fish farmer. So, you know, Friday is weekend and a lot of people will go out to clubs, bars, pepper soup joints, and you know, for the whole weekend, they need to eat fish and stuff. So if I was supplying 50 fishes, I will not be able to harvest my earthing pond every week to sell those 50 fishes to my customers. I would want to sell all my fishes at once. Do you understand? I want to sell all my fishes at once. However, if I had a concrete pond, I can drain one and bring out 50 fishes and then sell to my customers, all right? Now, with recirculatory systems, the reality is that we're in Nigeria. Power is a challenge, it's a huge challenge. And so you know that for you to be fueling a generator 24 hours to be pumping this water, like I showed you, you saw that water was continuous. You know that that's going to be a very huge expense. That's going to be a very huge expense. And then, you know, the tanks, let me tell you one of the disadvantages of the tanks right now. So one of the disadvantages of the tank is that it always makes your fishes hang, all right? Your fishes always hang, and that's not so good for your fishes to grow well, all right? I'll find you a video before the class ends so that you can see how the fishes always hang in a tank system. However, right now there is the mobile fish ponds. All right, the mobile fish ponds right now are, should I say, the best thing in fish farming right now. Let me show you a video of the mobile fish ponds. So yeah, look at this. Okay. So this is a mobile, it's an artificial structure, all right? We have, so you can see the mobile fish ponds. These are structures that you can, for people that, you know, don't own their land, you know, rented properties, you know, you just construct this because, you know, you can take it with you after the class, after the farm experience, you know, if you are maybe back, okay, let me show you, okay, let's watch this first, and I'll show you some other videos of people, you know, having this at the back of their houses, you know. So with this, this is the same tarpaulin you put inside your concrete pond if it is leaking. So why don't you just do the mobile ponds from the beginning? So that's the new, this is the newest inventions right now that people are doing. Let me show you.
What was smallest sizing?
So you can see this. This is the setup. Actually, this is in Abuja. You know, good say in Abuja, I think. And we set this up for our clients.
This is Asha Ponds live in Dutse, Abuja.
What was
So
smallest
with this
sizing?
now, I mean, if you had a land in a prime property, you don't want to dig it down, you know, because you value the land for an earthing pond. Though your concrete pond will leak, you still want to put tarpaulin in. If you are using a rented property,
This is Asha Ponds
rented
live
property,
in
or maybe
Dutse,
because the
Abuja.
farm is too far, you want to keep some things in the back of your house.
What was
So
smallest
this is,
sizing?
you know, this is what you do now. This is what people are doing now. Let me show you. Let me see this.
And I wish we are feed them again.
Son daddy, dada.
You have been impressed.
Those are mobile fish ponds. Let me see if you can see this. Let me see any other one I can show you from here. Okay, so look at another mobile fish pond here. You know, so people just set up this pond in their places, and then you can.
New introduction of fish to the pond.
Yeah, so basically, as I said, this is the mobile fish pond, and I hope you have an idea of what we are talking about now. They are like the best in fish farming right now, to be honest. So, okay, great. So I will talk about this, and then Dr. Sam will take up from siting a fish farm, all right? So basically, for every commercial fish venture, you want to make sure that there are 5 things that are covered. All right, for every commercial fish venture, you want to make sure there are 5 things that are covered. So I'll give you 1 minute to just read this, and then I'll speak into them. Then I'll have Dr. Sam start from when siting a fish farm, telling you how to start your business. All right, right. So we'll go that, then it will tell you why some fish farmers fail, and then I'll take over from there. All right. So now, commercial fish farms. I've given you 1 minute to read this. The objective of commercial fish farming is to produce fish to supply markets at a competitive price and make a profit. Meaning that your market is the driving force, all right? You want to know who you want to sell your fishes to. So people that keep their fishes for 1 year and above, they know that the buyers are people that come and buy fish from Abuja, from Port Harcourt. They like big fishes. I know my clients in that Kado market, they don't like fishes that are 2 kg and less. They like big fishes. So you can keep those fishes for 9 months because you know you already have a market for it, all right? So market is the #1 issue. It's the market that will determine if your market, like us in the Southwest here, they don't like big fishes here in Ibadan. They like small fishes, smoking size fishes. That's what they like in Ibadan. If I now keep my fishes for 2 years and above, and they are very big, I won't be able to sell it. So yes, I had a good result from the farm, but my market is off. You understand? So that's quite important. And then the next thing is water quality. It's called aquaculture for a reason. You want to culture living organisms inside water. I will tell you how to identify, I'll tell you water parameters to check out for. Water parameters to check out for to make sure that you're optimizing production. I'll teach you all of that going forward. Number 3 is feed quality and quantity. Somebody had mentioned it here that they want to know how to produce their own feed. We'll get to that in the course of this lecture. We'll get to that, all right? But feed quality and quantity is paramount. That's like the number 3 thing. Number 4 is your stock quality, the source of your fingerlings and juveniles, all right? If you just like human beings, people that tend to be big, they will probably have big children. Do you understand? So you want to make sure that you get your fingerlings and juveniles from the right source, from fishes that have the potential to be big. All right. And then the last one that I will also get to is farm management. There is the part of production. There is the part of, oh, okay, I am actually taking care of the fishes well. You can get good stock quality. You can get good feed. You can have good water and still have, bad operations. People can steal from you, just like Jesse said earlier of how he lost fishes in a netting pond. I can show you videos of how we have tried to manage our netting ponds in such a way that we don't lose fishes when the flood comes. So yeah, those are the 5 pillars that a commercial fish venture stands on. All right. So yeah, let me hand over to Dr. Sam now to take us on when siting a fish farm. So I'll stop sharing from here right now so that he can take up the sharing, and then he will take us on the things you need to do to check out for when siting a fish farm. So I'll stop sharing now so that he can share from his screen. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so very much for taking us through the practical dimension of fish farming. It's interesting to be abreast with all of that, because if you have a theoretical framework and you don't have the practical experience, you may not, your exit will be faster than you think about it. So it's very important you have that foundation, and so we will take you deeper. We will come back to this also because it's also the reason why you are going to fail. If you don't pay attention to all of these 5 aspects, of a commercial fish farm, you will also fail. I used to tell my clients that you can think big, but start small. So before you come to this commercial fish farming, you must have kept 10, 20, 50, 100 in your budget. You cannot afford to go commercial if you have not nurtured 10, fingerlings to table size. So most of the time, I will advise intending fish farmers to set up what he just called the mobile, fish pond, and experiment with at least 10 to 20 of them and enjoy it by yourself. So that you will know, you will enjoy what you are going to produce and what you are going to sell, until you have had that experience, where you have taken care of that little and you are faithful in nurturing them to table size. I'm not sure you will not find yourself out of the industry in the shortest possible time, because there will be crisis. And once the first crisis hits at a commercial scale, you will have more debts than you have entered into it. In fact, you will advise 10 other individuals not to go into fish farming. I know Aki will let you, will tell you more about that. I have done a lot of survey. My survey was in the entire Oyo State when I was doing my experiment. So I went to a lot of fish farms and I've asked a lot of questions. Why do they fail? Why have this farm failed? Some will not even spend 2 circles some 3 circles, some, some of them even they get to a place where they have stocked so much, they didn't pay attention to markets, Yes, and by the time they get to the first, that term, they are confused because they didn't think the end from the beginning. And so they got stuck in the middle of the sea, asking for help. Of course, their neighbors will help them to eat some, they are pastors, they are, and of course, business is not done like that. Yes, so please, before you go commercial, like my colleague has just pointed out, you must start from your backyard. It can even be 2 of them you are keeping. But our colleague here, our participant here, have passed that stage. And so when you are setting up a farm, there are things you must consider. He had mentioned a lot of them when he was taking us through the earthen pond, the concrete tank, the recycling. He has mentioned a lot of them. But we have put them together in summary for you to see and take note of. Number 1, the closer the fish to their natural environments, the better.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Because he that created them in a natural environment.
Yes.
So, but in fish farming or aquaculture, we want to at least culture them and bring them closer to their natural environments. And that's why the earthen pond up till now is unequal to other aspects of the aquaculture. So the fish, the earthen pond is still the very best if you know how to manage it, and it will give you higher rate of return on investment. But because of urbanization and where we find ourselves, we have to make do with other types of aquaculture. However, our first focus is the earthen pond. So you must make sure that you have suitable lands where there is a good source of water and there's no flood. I had this experience when I started my fish farm. I actually located a place close to the river because I personally dug my pond, and I channeled the river into the pond, out of the pond. So I dug it and I connected pipe from the river such that it's a flow-through system. However, I experienced flood the first year because I did not construct my dike because of my immaturity. Okay, so, but subsequently I was able to raise the dike properly, put cement properly, and I had a very, good harvest the next year. So I must, and I have done so, you must also do this. So a reliable source of water is very important. We cannot underscore that, because fish is equals to water. It's not grown anywhere else. So that reliable source of water is very critical, and it's a major investment you must make if you are going to even make concrete tank or recirculatory. That's why the recirculatory is even selling to those who can afford it, because they don't have to worry about water and the quality of the water. The next thing is you need to also know you must reduce the stress of taking either your inputs or the fish themselves out of the farm to where you want to sell them. So accessibility of your site is very critical, because you want to beat down the cost. You don't want to make access to the farm. The first farm I wanted to have was a place very, very far. Sometimes before I can even take the fingerlings to that place, they're already weak, because I have to pass through a lot of bushes and all of that. So you must site it where it's accessible, where you can even bring out the fish for sale. Of course, markets cannot be compromised. You must have your market in place. And there are various ways in which you can, ensure that your marketing strategy is in place. It's a development. Those who go to the sea to harvest fish, have a technique in which they can store the fish. In fact, right now, those who go to the high sea to harvest fish, even smoke the fish in the middle of the sea. They go with all icing apparatus to do all of that. So you must be able to, fine-tune your marketing strategy, get your market either as individual level, either at, like one of our participants mentioned, people will just come and pack your fish and you will just not be able to get your money back. So you must, put your marketing strategy in place, before you even think of citing it, So, of course, you want to also be sure that, other land use are in the vicinity. One of the major problem of, fish farming is theft. We have to devise all kinds of means to safeguard our fish in earthen pond. Maybe I'll just give you this one for free. What I did to safeguard, my earthen pond, is to go and cut bamboos. I cut bamboos and I left out the leaves and the stripes, the leaves there. And I pinned them within the earthen pond itself, such that when you come and you throw your nets, your net will hang. So it's only me that know where I position all of those bamboos in the pond. You see, I learned it by experience, because they will just come, and throw in their net and pack your fish overnight, So I have learned from what I suffered. So sometimes if I want to make it very dangerous, I can even plant broken bottles strategically in the pond. And I will tell you, please don't enter my pond without my permission. So when I want to enter, I know the strategic places I put those things there. So I'll go and remove them before we start activity. So apart from this aspect is very good, other land users, they will be surrounded, so that it will not impact on your farm. What this is saying is that, you have to be very careful where is the source of water. If it's coming from the high altitude and there's pollution from that high altitude, your fish will just go out, will just die overnight. So you have to know the activity that is happening around your vicinity so that you're able to monitor your water quality. If you have factories, entering your water source and all of that mechanics. So that's why earthen pond most of the time are sited far away, but also balanced out with accessibility. Also, of course, you need to, the utility, does the production technology you intend to adopt, for storage, for power, do you have access to power? All of those things must be put in consideration. Out of the road and the transport network, you cannot ignore it if you don't have your own personal source of transporting your goods, your items from the farm, to your storehouse. Of course, we mentioned here that the social aspect is very important. For example, it will not be wise to set up a commercial smoky in the middle of a residential area as your neighbor will complain. So what we're saying, when I set up my farm, it was far away, but by today, it is surrounded by buildings in Ibadan. So what do? I have to move away from, aspect of the farm. If right now, I'm trying to even move away from that place to another location. That's why, I had moved my farm from Ibadan now, and I've moved it to, Abeokuta here, where I'm gradually moving away from the earthen ponds, as it were, because of affluent that I make to, disturb my neighbors, other residents. So these are some of the things you must consider in siting your farm, and many other things which is not contained here, but you just have these basic aspects to consider when siting your farm. Very, very important. Now, like we said, I said it to you before, that we are looking at, like in my survey, I discovered that the rate of exit is more than the rate at which people enter into this fish farming. Unfortunately, when people go for seminars, they go for conferences like this, the picture that is often painted, like my friend here, General Kubo, you say, so hatchery is very simple like this. I thought it was complex. Well, theoretical framework is different from practical. What my colleague here just did in 2 minutes, it's not as easy as that to even handle syringe and begin to calculate the dimension you are going to put in that syringe, where you are going to inject, all of those things.
That 2 minutes is 3 days. 3 days that we just compress into 6 minutes like that.
So, there are many things to eat. What is the timing? How many hours do I have to wait? Sometimes you have to, you do night vigil to ensure that that thing works.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Yes, he will tell you more about that. By the time he will come to your farm to train you, okay? He has to train you and put you through all of that. So, so there are more to it than what they tell us in 1 hour seminar. And so because of that 1 hour seminar and what people want to get out of it, that's why we're asking you, why are you going into this thing?
Yes, sir.
Because if you don't have the passion for it, you're going to have a lot of obstacles that will cause you to fail. And so we're glad because we have the right, mental, like we were told yesterday, the right mindsets. If you don't have the right mindset, you will exit this industry faster than you go into it. So this reason is for which you have to succeed. If you want to turn it the other way around, that is why, if you want to succeed, I would have preferred to look at it on the other way. But sometimes you have to confront you with the failure aspect of it so that you will know that it is possible to fail and you can work against it so that you will not fail. We have said it. We've said the previous things we've said here, the 7 dimensions we said here, actually tells you how not to site your farm. But like my colleague has said earlier, all of these 5 dimensions, can cause you to succeed or fail. If your marketing strategy is not in place, or water quality, you just wake up one day and all your fishes are dead. I remember the day I transported fish from Ibadan to Jos. I did not put into consideration the temperature dimension. By the time we've gotten there, the water, temperature, it has dropped.
Wow, I'm so sorry, sir.
Yes, wow. And we went with close to about 5,000 juveniles from Ibadan to Jos.
Wow.
So by the time we got there, being a novice, I should just allow you to stay in that rubber tank till the next day, and at least let them acclimatize within their own environments before I can introduce to the concrete tank we have cultured. Unfortunately for us, the instruction we gave them, they did not follow it. So by the time we introduce this, like you saw it in that video, by the time we introduce it to that water body, my goodness, I did not sleep that night. We have to be managing the water quality, okay, do we boil water? How do we do it? Do we bring, we have to now bring bulbs, over, go and quickly buy bulbs, those energy, this high intensity bulbs, and put them over the pond, and we're able to salvage many of them overnight. Because the critical point, he will be telling you more about that, is when the dissolved oxygen level has dropped, early hour of the morning, that time, the dissolved oxygen level had dropped. So we have to now also remove the lights, so you have to be able to know how to manage the water quality. Of course, the feed also. Wrong feed, which is about your feeding is 7% of the investment anyway. Not, taking away the fixed cost component of the investments. So if you don't have the right feed in quality and quantity, you will fail. Your stocking density must also be accurate. If I want profit, so let me just stock them with 5,000. and you didn't consider the size of the pond, all you will just exit quickly. Of course, the stock quality, know where the parent stock is coming from, and management. We'll be talking more about that probably if time permits, or we still have some other days to look at them. So we're looking at this. We said poor siting of farm. We've said a lot of things. Inadequate water supply. If you go and site it where acting pond this time around, that's why he was telling you that the new aspect, the new mobile tank is now currently the best. If you have your borehole, 1, 2, 3 boreholes, and your water system, you can even do a flow-through system where we can tell you more about that later, where even the water itself can now be used for agricultural purposes. Okay, we call it hydroponic farming. Here we tell you more about that if time permits. So we must site it properly, not in sandy soil and all of that, not in rocky places. So poor farm and facility design. If you don't design the pond very well, you will have issues. For example, if you set up your farm and your pond is not, there's no gradient for the water to flow of itself, okay? From that point, you have missed the mark. Even your harvesting will be difficult. The design is already wrong from the onset. That's why he said he will show you a video of how to even make sure that your dike is well constructed, so that you don't even use too much pumping in and pumping out. It will flow by gradient. So design is very important. If you have a wrong design, or you just want to cut the corners and just design anything, you will have problem. If your pond is too low, it's too high, difficult terrains and all of that, you will not be able to have optimal yields. You will have yields, but you will not be able to have optimal yield. And it's critical you have optimal yield, because you want to get high, return on your investment. Now that you're even asking for a loan, maybe we will tell you about how you can ensure that you make that money fast and return, what you've borrowed, and also begin to make profits. So your investment plan must also be optimal. Several farmers assume that to be a commercial farm, you must have several ponds, big ponds, construct big ponds at once, and so you must know what to do. You must know your capacity at the time. Do I construct 3? Do I construct 1? Okay, let me not construct 1, because if I do one big one, I will have problem with sorting. Where do I sort my fish? You have to just sit down and do your homework. And so, okay, if I stock the fingerlings, by the time they are 2 months and we have different growth bits, so I must be able to sort them. If not, you will have one big fish, and the other one is gone. You go and sell one big, you go and sell one big fish, or you go and eat it. Of course, you will go out of the market. So you start production before knowing what management options are available. You can't do that. You have to know, okay, what management options do I have, and spell them out properly and know, which one do I start with? Okay, do I even start with concrete tank and push them to hatching ponds? Or do I even go and, I don't even need to set up hatchery if I don't have expertise in it. Let me just, quickly, focus my attention on where my resources can bet and my return on investment. So it's very, very important. Looking for markets when the fishes have matured is a very childish thing to do, And of course, again, it's very important that you employ the right people. Employ the right people to do the right thing. You can't afford to just, I want to cut costs. I'm not employing the right kind of people, to do what I want them to do. You cannot afford it. And one thing that made me to stop my production process when I came into National Open University was because I was busy in Lagos and my farm is in Ibadan. Okay? So gradually I reduced my level of production, because in this business, there's what we call eyes on and hands off. I may not do it, but my eye must see it at least once or twice in a week. So I cannot afford to be using telephone. Manager, how are the fish? What is happening in the farm? You just set yourself up for failure. Very true. You know what I'm talking about. You cannot afford it. So for that reason, I just chopped down gradually. In fact, I moved from production to processing. That's when I had to acquire the processing kin, and I trained my professor that in University of Ibadan. I sent my manager to her farm, and he was trained on processing, how to process the fish. So I moved away from production to processing and marketing, because I know that what I do is that if I buy a particular kg of fish from this farm, I know how many pieces are there. Okay? And they smoke it, I know how many is there. So they send it back to me in Lagos, and I do my marketing. So you have to be smart. You can't manage your farm, by remote control. It will not work. They will eat your fish and send you out of the, out of the profession. And of course, one thing that you cannot afford, is to feed irregularly and improperly. Feeding is critical. And of course, he will be telling you more about, compounding your feed. Like one of you mentioned that you want to know how to compound your feed, and it's critical. You must know how to compound your feed. You must know how to feed them regularly, and it must be constant, whether you feed them in a particular point or, sometimes people think that they can just go to the farm and pour the fish. They don't have time. They just carry a particular kg. They will tell you more about that, the measuring, the weights they are going to feed. They just carry the fish and go and pour it and go their own way. It won't work. You must feed, once they are baby, you must feed them like a mother feed the babies. Ensure that they are picking it and they eat it. Spend time with them. So if you don't do that, you'll get optimal results. So these are some of the details that will be explained to you later. And do not appropriate. They do not appreciate the different management level they have that is required. Talking about the stocking rates. If you don't observe your stocking rates, if you don't do that, you are setting yourself for failure. Okay, so you must know the dimension of the pond and what the number of fish that should be there. The number of fingerling in a fish in a pond is different from the number of the juvenile that will be in the same pond. It's different from the number of table size or grow out that will be in that pond. All of those things must be taken into consideration, in managing your farm, specific managing regime. So it has to be set from the beginning, and you follow it to letter, and you have your results. Of course, being more in harvesting a few large fish than looking at the overall picture and appearing. We said that before. Oh, I want big fish. That's not what is important. You need an evenly distributed fish that grow of the same size. That's the best. Okay, and there are techniques in making them happen. Oh, you want people to come to your farm and see that you have big fish. That's not your objective. Your objective is to have your return on your investment and make profits at a faster rate. If you don't need to take it to 6 months, and it's just 4 months, like he said just now, that people in Ibadan they don't look for big fish. It's just small fish. So by 3 months or 4 months, it's ready, and you can decide to smoke it or sell it, or even do something with it. So because your feed, the more they stay in the water, the more you must feed them to maintain their weight. So you cannot afford, there's a compromise you must have there. And of course, number 11, they do not keep record. In fact, up till, thank God for our professional here, I'm not sure I personally have accurate record on my farm when I started. So you are very lucky for, to be taught record keeping in its accurate form. He has brought out a form here among his compilation that he brought to bear here, how to actually keep your records with precision. We'll look at that later in the course of our class. Precision, in keeping your records. Because if you don't keep record, you can't track, there can't be evaluation. You can't know whether you're making progress or not. And so when you are making losses, you don't even know you're making losses. So that you can make proper adjustment as the need arises. So it's very important that that where your business is heading based on the record you are keeping and you are evaluating and you are making adjustment along the the production chain and at the end when you are even going to sell your products, you will know exactly how much you are going to make at the end of the production process, because you know what you have invested in it and you know the price you are going to put in. Because we don't even know the inputs, you cannot know what qualify you to put. If other people are selling 400, you go, okay, yes, I will sell 400. You may be out of the market. People can have the same product and the price will differ. If I manage my farm very well, and I sell 500, and I choose to sell 350, okay, I know I'm going to make profits. I will sell it and reinvest the money. Other people are still, lingering with their own product in the market, and many people will come to my farm for my products because I manage my farm very well. So it's not about hobby, hobby farmer who keep fish in pond forever. No, I'm not keeping it forever. I have a time, schedule. I want my fish out of the pond by so dates, and this is where it is going, okay? And in fact, some of them have to even pay me my money before you get to them, So all of these things must be put into consideration. Of course, we said, that's why we asked you the first question before now, that your objective cannot afford to be wrong, okay? And each aspect of your production process, you must have the right objective. What do I want to achieve? In the table you'll be seeing later, anything you do must have an objective, and you must write it down so that you keep your focus right in where it should be. And so think objectively before you embark on fish farming. Farming is a business, not an hobby. Investing in fish only, if you have identified it as a serious opportunity that can work out in successful enterprise. Don't just throw your money because your colleagues are doing it. The next thing we want to quickly look at, the 14th aspect of it, is people think that, it's because I don't have a big fish farm, that's why I'm failing. That's not true. I want to pump in more money so that I can make it big. When I make it big, I will succeed. No. Expanding your farm as a solution to low profit and yield is as bad decision as you can think of it. That's why I said from the beginning that I will not in any circumstance allow anyone I'm coaching or I am mentoring to go into 5,000 fish if he has not kept 100 fish. I remember the last person I many years from film, I've been out of active fish farming for some time now. Well, the last person I mentored, actually started very small, 50 pieces. And by the time he was through with that, he was satisfied that he knows how to run the business. But of course, the genius sister of that individual financed her university education through the fish farm business. Of course, she will do it and make pepper soup out of it and sell. Of course. So buying high quality of feed is very important. Buy high quality of expensive feed, and I must feed my fish with coke pens and all of that. You are priding yourself in expensive feed. You're just setting yourself for a failure. Akin maybe has experienced that before. I remember when I started my acting pond, I used to go to a Obasanjo farm to go and collect, poultry waste. Okay, I would go to that farm, collect poultry waste, buy corn, and all of that. Compound my feed, very rich, and I will pour it on a acting pond because thank God there's a lot of water, it's not polluted, and I have my bumper harvest. Because feed, if you can manage feed, you will get your profits. Of course, I've said it in the past that believing consultants and newspaper reports that the fish farming require little investment and very high huge profits. They are just deceiving everybody to attend their lectures and they collect their consulting fee and they will leave you in your own trouble. That is not true. If you were easy, everyone will be doing it. Akobo, I know you have your own share of pains, okay? And I have done so. My colleague here have also gone through that pain. And we have come to know that if you put in the right management, the right effort, the right attitude, you can get it done, and you will make it worthwhile, you make a successful enterprise out of fish. So at this point, are you there? So are you there? If you're not there, okay, he's not there. So,
okay, Akin is not here, so you can continue.
Okay, yes. So you have to also know that by the time you have set up your farm, like he has showed you in the 3 aspects, 3 dimensions, the acting pond, the concrete, by the time you have raised them, okay, like I told you now, you have to know how much have I invested in each of these fish? What is the cost of production of one of them? Because if I lose one, I get angry with myself because I know what I've put into it. So, because fishes are sold in weights most of the time. Sometimes it is sold in sizes. Okay, if you want to cheat the customer, you say, this one is big, okay? And they will say, oh, it's big. They will just pick and so this is the price. But if you are going to a commercial farm, they will not take the size for it, okay? And people know how to manipulate the weight of the fish and ensure that it is weighty. But some of us who are in the industry know how to ensure that we get the right weight from the fish. So you're welcome back, my expert fish farmer. So I think I was trying to bring you on board to look at this aspect of because we are now going to the practical aspect so you can take us through, the weight of fish and the sizes and the operation.
Very much, sir. I have loved your presentation. I also like the fact that you put your personal experience into it. All right, the reality of being a fish farmer.
Sorry, Akin, let me appreciate Dr. Sam first, and then possibly the participants might need a little break to ask 1 or 2 questions so that the knowledge will not accumulate too much just before Akin takes over. So if there's any question, there's any reflection, comment from our participant, you can just say 1 or 2 things. Mr. Anthony. Okay, I need to unmute him first. Okay, can you? Okay. Okay, Mr. Anthony, can you say something?
He has to unmute himself or so. Unmute yourself.
I've unmuted him already.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
We can't hear you again.
Yeah, it's just cracking issue, but he's still speaking.
I think he can type his question while he continues so that we can maximize.
Okay, if you have question or any comment you want to make, you can just type it in the chat box. Since we can't hear you. Seem to have problem with your audio, Mr. Anthony. Okay, so while he does that, a kingfish, you can continue.
Aquafish, we're still waiting for you. So, is that?
Okay, so I'm here actually.
Okay.
You need to remove your sharing screen so that I can share my screen and then continue from there. Okay, so you can see my screen now.
Perfect.
Great. So thank you very much, Dr. Sam. As I said, I was really grateful that you put in your personal experiences to all of this, all right, so that people can realize that as much as fish farming is a business, it's not as rosy as it is painted on digital platforms, all right. So yeah, thank you very much. I really, if I myself, there were other things I was even jotting down that I need to go and cross check and all of that. So thank you so much. So yeah, we continue our class. We'll just go through some generals about fish farming. I was telling you of how fish is sold in weight. All right. Now, what that means is that the same fish, just like Doctor was saying, that the same fish that, okay, let's look at a child. So if I tell you there's a child and I say there is a baby, you know that that's the same child. If I say the child is a toddler, it's still the same child. If I say the child is now an infant, it's still the same child. If I say it's now a child, or as I say it's a teenager, or I say it's an adult, we are still describing the same human being, though it's at different ages and different developments. So fish is also sold in weight. When I go to a fish farmer now and I say I want to buy juveniles, and it says fingerlings is between 10 naira. Hold on, let me see if I have them here. Okay, so okay, yes, let me just stay here. I'll go back to show you the pictures, but let me just stay here. So fries are fishes that are between 1 to 3 weeks old. They are called fries. Then fingerlings are between 4 to 6 weeks old. Juveniles are between 8 to 10 weeks old. It's still the same. It's still the same fish. Melange is between 3 months old plus, and it's between 300 grams to 500 grams. Now, this melange is what they like as smoking size because it is big enough to be smoked, but not too big that the heat will not penetrate it. The heat has to penetrate it for it to preserve for a while, for them to be able to sell it. So they don't want the fish to be too big. They want it to be between 300 grams to 500 grams for them to be able to preserve it. All right. If not, it will deteriorate and will have maggots on time. All right. And then there's table size. So table size is 5 months plus. Of course, I put 500 grams here as a lower limit, but you are literally expecting your fishes to at least get to 1 kg in that 5 months. However, pepper soup joints that buy a lot of our fishes, they don't want your fishes to be as big as 1 kg because the plate of pepper soup will be too expensive for their clients. So they actually want it to be between 500 grams and 700 grams so that it is big enough for the plate to be attractive, but small enough for the plate of pepper soup not to be too expensive. Do you get that? And then broodstock is 2 years plus. Broodstock are the parent fishes that we use to make the baby fishes. If you are here from the beginning of the class, then you saw the video where I played showing you broodstock fishes. All right. So going back, so that's fishes that are sold in the same, the same fish that is fried will turn to fingerling, will turn to juvenile, will turn to melon, will turn to table size and broodstock. All right. Now, when they are selling fish, when they come to your farm and they see that your fish is melange, that's what I mean by fish is sold in weight. It has a different price for that 1 kg of fish than when your fish is table size. It has a different price. So your fish that is melange, like for instance, right now, melange is sold 520 naira per kg. 520 naira per kg in Ibadan currently. Now, see, this melange is 3 fishes that will get to, if it's 300 grams, as you can see on your screen, if it's 3 fishes that will get to 1 kg, then that same 1 kg is 520 naira. However, if those fishes, you kept them for 5 months and they are table size, they're like 1 kg plus, it's being sold for 600 naira per kg, that same kg. Do you understand? And if those fishes are now very big, they are like 2 kg plus 315 kg. So it's still the same kg measurement, but it's being sold in different sizes according to the weight of the fishes. All right. So fish is sold in weight. Great. Then it's sold in different sizes. I've explained that already. And then these are the sizes of fishes. People buy fingerlings, people buy juveniles, people buy melan, people buy table size, people buy broodstock. All right, great. So with that, I feel we have a general overview. I would like to take your questions before I move into farm operations. So if you have questions, now is a good time for you to send it in the chat. I'm looking at the chat right now. All right. So yeah, great. Okay, so I'm looking at chat. I'm still trying to see. I can't see any questions from anybody in the chat. So,
hello, Akin.
Yes.
I think that since the participant is just one or so, maybe we'll just allow him to make comments and ask questions. Let him not be bored by staying too quiet for too long. But unfortunately, his audio has issues. Let me unmute him and see whether he will make it now. We just want it to be interactive. Anthony, you need to restart your system. We can't get your audio.
Let him continue because this lecture is bigger than him. Other students will also watch it. Let's continue.
Okay. Sir. So go ahead.
Yeah, proceed. Great. So we have farm operations. This is what you do. So this class, we still have 3 classes coming forward. All right. We still have 3 classes going forward. This is the first one. Great. We can hear Dr.
Hello, Prof.
Yeah. Are you up there, Anthony?
Yes. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
So when
okay,
you want to make comment or ask questions or anything you want to say based on what you have listened to so far.
Okay, I will jot my questions down. I will jot my questions down. At the end of the day, I will answer.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
So I can proceed. Great. So as I was saying, we have 3 classes. This is the first. We still have 2 more classes with you. So I hope that after this class, you have a general overview of what fish farming is. Thank you. My co-facilitator, Dr. Sam, has done an amazing job, as I said earlier. And so we proceed. We move to farm operations. And the first one is stocking. So stocking is you getting, because from our conversation now, we can see that a lot of us fingerlings and raise them to grow out, all right? So stocking is you getting your fish, your fingerlings or juveniles, and and putting them on your farm to raise to grow out, all right? So you have, okay, great. So guidelines to stocking. As I said, I'll give you 2 minutes to read what is on your screen, and then I will explain. So just 2 minutes for you to read it first, and then I will explain.
Sorry, this screen too tiny to be read.
Okay,
Can you enlarge it a little bit? It's a bit blurred.
Thank you. I'll just do that now. Okay, is it better now?
To some extent, yes. If you can come to the center, this size. All right, I think this can be read, but move it a little more to the left. Good. Up, take it up. Great, good, good.
So I believe you should have read that, all right? So I'll just continue. I'll just take over the sampling. So stocking is the initial introduction of fish to your pond. Let me show you a video of So as you can see, that's us introducing fish to the fish ponds. All right. Yeah. And this is what, I mean, all of us get to do this as we start our project. Let me show you another video of us introducing fish into the pond. Okay, so this is us introducing. So this keg was transported, and the doctor was saying how he tried to move fishes. All right. So this keg was also transported actually from Ibadan to Kaduna, and you can see our fishes got there alive. So that's what. So you can see. We send catfish through kegs. I showed you a video of us sending tilapia earlier to oxygen bags. But we send catfish through kegs, and they go all over the country. In fact, I send fishes out of Nigeria. I've sent fishes to Mozambique. I've sent fishes to Ghana. I've sent fishes to Benin. So that travels a lot. So now back to our teachings. So fingerlings and juveniles, which is what they call stockers, should be conditioned prior to packaging for transportation. So what we do is that we remove the fishes from all, you have probably like 20,000 fishes, and then you want to send 2,000 or 5,000 or even 10,000 to somebody. So what you do is that you remove those ones, all right? Remove the ones you want to sort, and you won't feed them for 24 hours, all right? Because they vomit whatever they eat. Normally, they say catfish digests what is inside the stomach after 4 hours. But what you do is that you starve them for 24 hours. So they've consumed all that is inside of them, all right? And then you also expose them to good water, to clean water, oxygen. So you give them oxygen a lot, all right? All right, so that's what we call conditioning. You put them inside a different place, you send fresh water so that they have like an oxygen build up, and then you starve them for 24 to 48 hours to make sure that they are fit for travel. All right, so you keep them also in a very cool temperature. All right, we put them inside kegs and keep them in like a dark room or something. They are fit, they are ready for travel like that. All right, then you also you count. There are different ways people count. Let me see if I have a video of how they count fishes here. I'm coming. Different sizes, fish smoking, introduction, smoking size. Okay, so I'll get a video for you before the class ends, or maybe before our next class. All right, so that you can see how we count fishes. So there are two ways of counting fishes. Of course, there's number one that people count manually with their hand. And the second one is when you take the average weight. So the average weight is that you take 10 of your fishes, you weigh them. When you get that 10 of those fishes that are at this stage, when you get that they are like 10 grams, 10, that means one of them is 1 gram. So if you take 100 grams of that fishes, then you are believing that there should be 100 fishes. Of course, because it's an average, give or minus, you add 5% mortality. So what we do for our clients is that we also add mortality to it. So if you are buying 1,000 fishes, you won't get 1,000 fishes. You probably get like 1,050 fishes, because we expect that you lose some in the course of transport, all right? And some of them will die. And so, you want to make sure that when it gets to the other side, the person still has the 1,000 fishes the person ordered for. Great. So we label the fishes, all right? We label them, we write the name, the number, the age, so that the people can keep appropriate records, and the hatchery batch also, because from my hatchery, I always have fishes every week. So I would tell you the hatchery batch so that I can also monitor from my clients from everywhere, so that, we know you know, we can trace and keep the quality of our fingerlings and juveniles up to scratch. All right, so great. So when stocking catfish in grow-out ponds, so now this grow-out ponds here is averagely 18 ponds, all right, but I'll also just talk about all the other ponds: concrete ponds, tanks, mobile ponds, recirculatory system. I won't talk about recirculatory system because practically I can tell you it's almost not financially, you know, good for fish farming in Nigeria. So for number one, you have to pump water into the ponds first. It's not the day that you want to stock your fishes that you put water inside your pond. No. We'll still talk about water parameters like pH, dissolved oxygen, ammonia content, and all of that. But if you keep water inside your pond and leave it for like 2 days, all right, what it does is that it helps you manage and balance the water out. All right, it helps you manage and balance the water out. So it's always good for you to have done that already, for you to have pumped water down, and then when your fishes come, you just put them inside the water. Like you can see those ponds, you can see there was water. The videos I showed you earlier, you can see that there was water in the ponds already. We just introduced the fish. So those waters have stayed like 1 day, 2 days, 3 days before we now brought the fish into it. All right, great. So you stock both your nursery and your grow-out ponds together based on the intended size. Now, there's what we call stocking density. Stocking density is the number of fishes that a pond can take. It's not with ordinary eye. Some people will just tell you that, this your pond can take 2,000, can take 3,000. It's not with just ordinary eye. There is a calculation to it, all right? So, Dr. Sam, so you're smiling. You've used your eye to just use calculation to say it can take 5,000. So there's a calculation to it, all right? The calculation to stocking density for concrete ponds and mobile ponds is length times breadth times height. Length times breadth times height times 5 divided by 3. All right? Length times breadth times height times 5 divided by 3. So if we have a 10 by 10 by 4 pond, all right? So that's 10 by 10 by 4 feet. All right? That should give us, if it's length times breadth times height, that should give us 400 square feet times 5. We give you 2,000 divided by 3, we give you 606.7 calculation. So for you to know the stocking density of your pond, length times breadth times height times 5 divided by 3, that gives you the number of fishes your pond can take. So with that, you can separate your fishes, you know, based on, once you've placed an order for 5,000 fishes, you can do the calculation to know how many fishes that pond can actually take before you put fishes inside it. All right. And then you want to keep your records. You want to keep records of the source of your fishes, where you got them from, the type of fishes, clarias, hybrid, the likes. Oh, maybe I should chip in now the difference between clarias and hybrid. So there are 3 species of catfish that are flying around in Nigeria right now. The first one is clarias gariepinus. All right, let me see if I have an image to show you. Let me see. Okay, so clarias gariepinus. All right. So if you can see my screen, you will see this dorsal fin here. This fin that is at the back of the fishes, all right? If it's full, that means it's one from the beginning to the end, then it's clarias gariepinus. But if it is split into half, like this place here is cut in 2, then that's Heterobranchus bidorsalis. Bidorsalis. Bi is BI. That BI is 2, like bicycle, 2 cycles, bicycle, 2 cycles. So Heterobranchus bidorsalis means that it has 2 dorsal fins. Meanwhile, clarias, as you can see in this dorsal fin here, is just 1. So that's the difference. That's how to identify clarias and Heterobranchus. Now, the joining together of the 2 fishes is what we call hybrid. Now, why do people keep clarias? Why do people keep Heterobranchus? Now, clarias grows evenly. All right, from the first month, they grow normal till like the 6th month and above. They just keep growing normally all the rest of their lives. And they grow to big fishes, big sizes, maybe like 2 kg, 3 kg, 4 kg, 5 kg. They grow big sizes. But hybrid, that Heterobranchus, It's fishes that is caught from the wild. Heterobranchus can go to, as in, you can have an heterobranchus fish that is as big as you are.
Yes.
It grows to 10 kg, 20 kg, 30 kg, all those big catfish that you see that somebody's holding that is big, almost as big as a human being. That's heterobranchus. However, they don't start growing like that till the first 6 months. So after the first 6 months is when they now start adding weight, crazily. But for the first 6 months, class will be growing evenly. So for most fish farmers that are doing smoking size, that are doing, table size, that it's not as if they are keeping their fishes for 1 year or 2 years. The best bet for them is to just grow clarias, all right? But if you know you're keeping your fishes for 9 months and above, 1 year, 2 years, then, grow hybrid. In 2 years, if you see what those hybrid will be, they can be like 10 kg and above. But not many people have the market for it. So that is that. So you want to keep records. So I'm back to this place here, record the source, the type, the number of fish, and the weight of the fishes you stocked. So when you get your fishes, you want to get the weight initially before they get into your pond. What was the weight? Most juveniles are between 2 grams to 10 grams. All right. So once you get that weight down, you will know how to keep your records appropriately and know the results of of your farm. So I want to teach you now how to buy the best fingerlings and juveniles from people. So you want to make sure that, as I've explained to you, those 5 pillars that we mentioned marketing, we mentioned the stock quality. So how do you get the best fingerlings and juveniles to stock in your farm? All right, I wrote this article in 2018, but it is still very relevant. So what I'm going to do, as I told you earlier, is I'm going to allow you read it, and then how to get the best fingerlings for your farm. Okay, so can you see it? Can you read it? Is it visible? I can't hear you, Doctor.
If you can just increase the size a little bit. Okay.
Okay, so I think it's better now.
Yeah.
Great. So just read it. This is how to identify the best fingerlings and juveniles from your farm. Come in, let me get that back for you. Okay.
Akin, I think you can just go ahead and talk to the document because we won't have the time
yeah, so you've read it. I was talking of the best way to identify your fingerlings and juveniles, and I've said of how people buy fingerlings and juveniles from everywhere, or all over Nigeria. We have time, we have 6 hours. However, I was talking about how to identify the best. And in every batch of fishes, there's shooters, there's runs, there's the first class and second class. And people always want to stock shooters on their farm, all right? They want to identify the best growing ones and stock on their farms. But this is how to identify the best fishes, all right? So number one, when you get to a place where you want to buy your fingerlings and juveniles, you want to make sure that you're not buying the last of the fish batch, all right? So let me explain why you don't want to do that. Now, you see, as an archer, I hatch fish myself. You don't want to, you will not wait for your fishes to be juvenile before you start advertising them. When I hatch my fishes, and I have like 20,000 fishes in the farm, before they get to
Okay. You see, his network is having problem.
It's true.
Yeah,
we are losing Akinfish audio.
Yeah, his network is having problem.
Okay. Maybe we'll wait a little bit and see if he can get back. It's like he's restarting his computer, his laptop. Okay.
Yes, so what he's saying here is that, he will pick it up from here. He's saying that, you have to know the number of fingerlings you have in stock, and that you cannot afford to start advertising your fingerlings at the point of their growth. Before they transit to, you have to even decide, am I going to sell fingerlings? Am I going to sell juvenile? How many fingerlings? You see, like we said, you have to create your market first. You can't afford to just create the fingerlings, and be waiting for somebody to come and buy it. Of course, from experience, I must ensure that I'm able to stock 50% of the fingerling I produce before I even go into a production of it. Because if I don't have market for it, I can't wait for them to just die. I must have where I'm going to put them, if they mature beyond my expectation. I don't have market for it. Now, that's why we always advise people, don't go into fingerling production if you don't have a market for it. So you know the market you have for that fingerling before you do it. So I will get out of this place for him to come on now. So
yeah,
he's back.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know for whatever reason. It just looked as if my screen, it just looked as if I just lost everything. Please, Dr.
Yeah,
Sam.
we realize, but Dr. Sam has really vindicated you. He has been on, he has kept us busy.
Great, thank you very much.
I will shut this down for you to connect, sir.
Please, thank you. Okay, so okay, so great. I was talking of how when, as a archer, you won't wait for your fishes to be juveniles and fingerlings before you start advertising them. By the time they're like 3 weeks from fries, I will start telling my customers that I have fingerlings. So because before they get ready, it will still take like 3 days for them to tell me, oh, the number they want, for me to condition it, for me to sell them. By that time, they will actually be that fingerlings already. Do you understand? So before then, I would have advertised my fishes and then get the orders whilst I'm waiting for them to get fingerlings. Now, because it is just about getting to fingerlings, what I will do is that I will sell the biggest of the fishes out so that they will reach the size I have told the customer that they are already. I will sell it out. And then I would tell people that in like 1 week or 2 weeks from then, I will tell people that I have juveniles for sale, you know, they will come and buy again, you know. But what will now happen is that if you come in and you are buying the last fishes from me, you know that if you compare those fishes you see in my pond now with those first ones that I sold, those first ones will be way bigger than these ones that you are just buying now, because I sold them when they were bigger. Do you get that? So you want to make sure that when you are buying fishes, you don't buy the last ones from the pond, you know, because the best ones would have gone. All right. Number two, think of a 30-year-old man who is smallish in stature, and you see a small child, a teenager, who is actually big in stature. You know that it's not by how the fishes are that you will say, okay, it's good. No, it's not by the visible, it's not by visible traits, because you can see a 30-year-old man that is smallish in stature, and you can see a teenager that is as big as that 30-year-old man. If you were to pay them to be eating food and growing for you the way you want your fishes to grow for you, you know that you can put your money on that teenager, because for him to be this size and to be big, that means he has a good growing genes inside of himself. So when you are talking to your hatcher, you ask your hatcher that, when did you hatch these fishes? He will now tell you that, they are 3 weeks. So if you now say that in that 3 weeks, they are commensurate in size, they are big in size, then you know that, okay, great, they are good fishes. But if it tells you, it's 2 months, but they are just juveniles in 2 months, then you know that there's a challenge, all right? So you want to ask for the date of the hatching, all right, so that you want to ask for the date of the hatching so that you can know, you know, if the fishes are growing well or not. Then number 3, you want to find the broodstock. You want to see the broodstock. If you can see the broodstock and you see that, it's big fish that they used to raise the fishes, or the juveniles, the parent stock are big, like that video I showed you, so that those fishes are like 3 kg. Then if the parents are like 3 kg, then you know that the children have the potential to get to 3 kg. But some people in quest of saving costs, they use smaller broodstock like 1 kg or 3 or smaller fish, and so you are not guaranteed that your fishes will come out good. So number 1, I've talked of how you should not buy the last fishes in the batch. I've talked of number 2, that you should find out the record. You should find out the record of the. You should find out the records of the hatching of the fish. And then number 3, I've said you should look for the broodstock, see the parent stock, and know that, you know, it's what you want that they are giving you. Then number 4, the condition of the fishes. All right. Are they swimming actively? So catfish, what catfish does is that they tap. They come to the top, they use their healthy fingerlings and juveniles. What they do is they come to the top of the water, they use their tail to wipe the top, and they go back down. So it's called tapping. So healthy fingerlings and juveniles, they always tap. You see them, they'll go up, they'll tap, they'll come down. They use their tail to flog the water, and they come down. All right. So you want.
We have lost him again. Dr. Sam, you are not here to salvage the situation. Okay, it's like
hello, are you there?
we lost Akin, and I'm seeing Uche. Welcome, Uche, even though I'm not seeing his video, but we've lost Akin again.
Okay, just listen to me. Let me not share, but just talk. So yes, so he has explained, what you should look out for when you want to buy fingerling or juvenile. Okay, so he has mentioned 3 of them: the number, the record, the brood stock, which is the parent stock, which you must be sure that they are large. Pay attention to. Don't just go and rush and pick any fingerling from the farms. Ask the hatchery manager, please, can I see the brood stock? Can I see them? How old are the brood stock? Are they mature, or they are just small fish that were made brood stocks? So you want to know. So you want to know, like he was telling you, check the condition of the finger. Are they just docile? They are not swimming. They are not healthy. Are they jumping up and down? Upward and downward motion. You must ensure that there is that upward and downward movement. If you don't see it, it's not there. Don't deceive yourself. If you don't see that movement, the fish is not healthy. You can't postpone their healthy state till then when they get to your own farm. From day one, you start struggling. So you must make sure that they are very active. Like Okuba said before, that he will go in the night and you will see that they are more active in the night. That is true. But now, if fingerling you are buying is now active in the day, then you are sure that they are the good kind of fingerlings you should go out for. So the parents, the records and the number. The 5th one he will be mentioning to you is the hatcher. After all this said and done, we will do business with people. Now, one thing I want to clearly say when he was talking, you see, integrity in this thing matters a lot. Okay, the integrity of the hatcher is very critical. If I cannot afford, I must tell you the state of my fingerling or my juvenile before I sell them to you. Because there are tutors, there are people even in agri-economics also. We have innovators, early adopters, late adopters, and all of that. So there are different growth rates in the same fish. So I must tell my customer that, sorry, this is not the shooters, and this is not the runs. Most of the time, a hatcher with integrity will choose to go and pour his own runs in the eating ponds for the big fish to feed on, because I'm not throwing them away. If they survive, fine. They don't survive, fine. But I will not sell them. But unfortunately, people don't have integrity. And that's why you must know your own, know what to look out for. So if you don't know what to look out for, they will not sell anything for you. You will spend your money in feed and you will not get the results. Okay? I think he's back right now. So
yes, I'm back. I'm sorry. So doctor, I will need your screen because I can't. So I think one of my devices just went off. Yes, please. Just share your screen. You just help me scroll. You just help me scroll. Yeah, thank you. So, okay. So I think that now I understand what you mean by not being able to read the text. So yeah, I hope you can see his screen. So I'll just
he has even gone to the 4th point that you were trying to raise.
Okay, great. So scroll down, please. So I'm sorry. I'm charging it already. So maybe in the next 1 hour it should be back on and I can handle my screen. Then I was talking about the archer. Let me move on to point 5, the archer. That after all is said and done, we do business with people. All right. You want to make sure that you have people that are trustworthy. All right. That have high ethical standards. Let me give you an example. Now I've told you that we have like 20,000 fishes. Right. Every time we hatch, if the production comes out well, you have like 20,000 fishes. And what now happens is that out of that 20,000, if I was to give an estimate of how many of them will be shooters, I would say you get like 10% of them that are shooters. Now, shooters are those fishes that grow very big, regardless of the feed you give them. It's not dependent on the feed you give them. They just have that growth burst. And they eat other fishes too. And they also grow bigger. All right. So, you have like 10% shooters. And then you have like 40% what we call first class. So they also grow very well. They grow very well, do very well, and they grow, commensurate to the feed you give them. After that 40%, you probably have another percentage that is the normal, they just grow normally, let's say another 40%. And then you have the last 10%, which are runs that they don't grow. If you like, feed them from now to tomorrow, they won't grow. All right. Now, I've told you how to make sure that you don't buy runs. I've told you that number one, you should make sure you're not buying the last from the batch. Make sure you're the first or second person to buy from the fish batch. You will most likely be getting the best. Number two, ask for the records. How old are these fishes? You've kept them for 3 months and they're still just juveniles, then no, they are runs. I've talked about the condition of the fishes, records, etc. Look for the broodstock, and now finally, as I was saying, the archer. You want to make sure that the archer is somebody that you trust. For instance, in my farms, what we do is that once we sell like 12,000 from every hatching, the remaining, we feed them to our broodstock. We don't sell it anymore, So when clients know that, sometimes if you come and visit my farm and you see us carrying juveniles and throwing to broodstock for them to eat, and you're wondering, why didn't you sell them? And we tell you, no, we've sold enough from this fish, so we don't want to sell runs. So we are disposing this. It gives you trust in me. It gives you trust in our company. Do you understand? It makes you trust us. And so with that, my fishes, I will always keep getting referrals. And somebody say, don't worry, just buy your fish from Fish. If you get from Fish, you can never get runs. Because even if you come to our farm, we see us feeding the runs to the broodstock. So it gives you, so at the end of the day, you do business with people, all right? And you want to make sure you have trustworthy fishes. So yeah, that's that about stocking. Unfortunately, I will not be able to show you videos right now. But once my laptop comes back on, I would start it again, and then you would see some videos on some of the things I am talking about. All right, great. So how to know which feed to use for your catfish? Wow, great. This is a very serious one. Dr. Sam, will you give me like 10 minutes, 20 minutes? Will you just speak into this a little bit? Let me join you back in like 20 minutes, please.
Okay.
Great. You can just read it.
Yeah. Feed is very critical, very, very critical. If you get it, the first critical thing you need to do, you need the fish, you need the water, and you need the feed. Okay? The fourth aspect is the management. Okay? The fish itself, that's what he has just explained. That is, you can't compromise it. It doesn't matter how good your fish is, how good your feed is. If your fish is wrong, you've got it wrong. Okay? The environment in which you keep the fish is very important. That environment is key as well. Then, of course, what we want to talk about now is the feed. Then, of course, it's not just enough to have the feed. You must know how to manage the feed itself. So number one, the first thing is I want to get my environment right. We'll talk about that one. Then the fish, environment, the fish, the feed, the management. Okay? Anthony, don't forget that. The environment, no water, no fish. The fish, very critical. Then the feed. Then the management of the feed to the fish. Okay? Of course, the environment of itself is already close. So coming back here,
sorry, Dr. Sam.
Yes.
I noticed there are two additional participants or persons that joined. Like even the moderator is a novice in this area. What do you mean by when you say the management?
Okay, well, management it has a lot of how do I take care of my pond? How do I take care of the fish? How do I even compound? How do I administer the feed to the fish itself? All of that is the management.
Let me also chip in.
You manage the water, you manage the feed, you manage the fish itself, and so it's management take care of all the three components. It manages the feed, it manages the water, it manages the feed. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And going further on, we have a slide on operations on the farm. So we'll still get to that. So doctor, continue.
What we're talking about here now is the feed. I was just trying to link all of that together, okay, from where we started from. The environment, the fish, then the feed. All of these three aspects had to be managed. We'll talk about it later. So when he comes up, he will be talking about the fish feed. And it's about 70% overall planning. If you don't plan the feed very well, you say, okay, I have the fish. You will run into a problem. And that's why anybody who will make headway and successfully establish a fish farm must know how, to manage your feed. So, and you must have a well-balanced feed, and your budget must be as low as possible. Because if you get it right with feed, you can be sure that you will make profits. Like I told you when I was talking earlier, that when I was keeping my fish many years ago, to cut down costs, I had to go and gather, poultry waste and, and compile my feed. The first ground rule he mentioned here is that, which we all know, garbage in, garbage out. So if you don't at any moment ensure that you feed your fish with high quality feed, not expensive, don't get me wrong, high quality. So you can have an expensive feed and it's not having the right quality. So fish, there are things people that say, oh, fish eat anything. That is not true. And that, oh, whatever you give them, they eat. That's not true. Fish eats balanced food for you to have, to make your, profit, to make your profits, to have efficiency and have your profits. You must feed them well. So if you give them rubbish, you will get rubbish. Okay? There's an acronym that, your feed conversion ratio that must be put into consideration. He will show us more on this aspect. You see, fish has a way of converting the food they eat to weight. Remember, we told you that you are going to sell according to weight. Okay? So the conversion ratio of fish must be put into consideration. So what quantity of feed do I need to give my fish certain weights? That must be measured. How much of protein do I need to put there? How much of carbohydrate? How much of fat? How much of vitamin? How much of mineral? How much of all of those things do I need to compound together to have high quality feed to give my, so that is very important. So we call it the conversion rate. We just need, because I have from the beginning of my stock, I must state what kg is my end product, what kg is my end product, and how much feed do I invest to get this fish to that level. That must be taken into consideration from the beginning. He will expand more on that in the practical dimension from his experience. Now, the price of fish feed. So like we said, it's very important you know how much money, because if fish is going to take 75% of the variable cost of production, you have to pay attention to it. So some are more expensive than the other. Do they offer the same result? I don't think so. Is there any comparative advantage? You need to ask that question. If you feed, 650, per kg, and you have result of 1.2 conversion efficiency, does that mean that it's going to cost you 1.2 of this to get you to 1 kg of fish? What if feed of 20 kg, 20 N per kg, give you the same 2. What this means is that 200, which is 400 to get to 1 kg, though it is little time, though with a little more time. Now, which one is better and more profitable? Of course, is the 750 or 400. Which one will you choose? What we are saying is that what you want to achieve is the weight of the fish. It's not the money you are spending. It's not the kind of feed. So what you should pay attention to is the conversion and efficiency of that feed. How much carbohydrate do I put there to get that efficiency? How much of protein do I need? Of course, we know that fish is protein. It's often said that fish will always eat fish to grow, because we're also going to add, fish components to attract them, to make it palatable for them to be able to eat. So your objective is profitability. So, and it is the feed that is easily converted into weight that you want to invest in. So here also, we are trying to show you that there are different kind of feed, from in Nigeria. We have imported feeds, and that's where most of us, started from, until, we now recently have, floating feed that are locally made. We have the sketching, which Durante in Ibadan, mostly use. The copens as well, they are imported feed. They are advantageous because they float. If you are going to use the concrete tank, you cannot but embrace, some aspects of this imported feed. So also we have made in Nigeria feed now, because they have been able to compound it to ensure that they float. The advantage of that is that if your feed does not float, okay, it goes into the water and it can pollute the water. And once if it pollutes the water and you don't have enough water to recycle, to add to that water at equilibrium, your dissolved oxygen, will be sharing more on that later. Your dissolved oxygen level will drop, your ammonia level will increase, and the fish can get disease and they begin to die. So we have made Nigeria product right now: the sheep feed, the Vita fish feed, the top fish feed, the Aqualis fish, the blue crown feed fish, the sketching sinking feeds, the ACE feed. Many of these, I have not used many of these. I think I've used the top feed when I was doing production. I've also used imported feed, the copens and the sketching, when I was doing actively into production. So these are the picture of the feeds that have been made in Nigeria as well. Then we also have indigenous self-formulated feed in local feed mill. Okay, of course, we have to patronize this one very well. I know Anthony Akubo, if you don't go into this, I'm not sure you can make profits, as you should. So these are formulated, and we'll be giving you, different formula that had worked. Okay, formulas that worked, not the one that has not been tested. And if you feed your fish with them, you can be sure that you will have, the weight gain, will be substantial. Here we are showing you the current price, of the feed. These are the current price as at 2018. Yeah, I'm sure that with this level of, with what is happening in this country, there may be changes right now. He is in the market. He will tell us more if there are changes in all of these prices of the feed. The sketching, we have it good. he will explain better as well. You know, because we have different growths. We have the fries, you know, the fingerling. Each of these one have their different feed as well. You know,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. You can't feed them as they grow. They are feeding. The sizes of their feed changes.
Yes,
you know?
sir.
So
Yes, sir.
all of that must be taken into consideration. That's why there are 2 mm, there are 3 mm. You know, by the time you are moving, you are graduating from one feed to the other. You know, the fish will have also grown. You know, and experts will also.
Can I come in now?
Please do.
Okay, thank you very much. You explained it was just beautiful. Can we go back up? I wanted to echo some of the things you said, which I feel are very important. You know, some things you mentioned, they were just very important. Yes, let's start from this number one. I mean, you've settled all of it. That garbage in, garbage out. All right. A lot of people feel that fish can eat anything and just grow, but it's not necessarily true. If you want to feed a baby and you want the baby to grow well, you don't feed the baby ever. You give the baby breast milk, you understand? And there are other options to it. There's the nan milk, there is, you know, other feeds. So when people say, can my fish eat eba? They can eat eba for them because they are hungry. But they won't eat eba to grow at the rate you want them to grow for your commercial venture. You know, Dr. Sam has said all of this, and I'm just echoing what he said. It is very important, all right? So you don't feed them junk and just say, they can eat this. If you throw it, you will see that they eat. There is almost nothing. If you throw it inside the pond, you will see that they will first rush it, and in your mind, you feel they eat it. But it does not mean they are eating it to convert it to flesh, you know, which was the second point that Dr. Sam mentioned of how, you know, the FCR of feed is very important, all right? It is the lifeblood of your farm. If you are doing a commercial fish venture and your eyes is not on your FCR, I can tell you, you are setting up yourself to fail, all right? There's an article on how to calculate FCR. I think it's on my desk. I think it's on my laptop. Once this thing comes up, I'll project it for you to see, all right? But you need to calculate your FCR.
Sorry, Dr. Akin. Cyprian has raised his hands for too long. Can we allow him to
please
do whatever he wants to say? Cyprian, let me unmute you. Okay. Okay, you can go ahead. Cyprian, go ahead.
Sylvester.
You raise your hand. So do you have a question?
He's trying to speak, but his audio is not audible.
Okay. Oh, he has issue with audio. Okay. All right. We'll join again later. We'll try.
You can type your questions in the chat if we can't hear you.
So type your questions. Your audio seems to be having some challenges.
Do I proceed?
Go ahead.
Great. Once I see your question, I'll stop and answer them. So thank you very much, Dr. Sam. As I said, I'm just echoing all the things.
Even though we also have a question from Anthony.
Okay. Question?
I think, yeah, he had asked a question in the chat box. I'm not sure whether he has cleared it now.
Okay, I can't see. Maybe because I logged in from another device. I can't see.
Anthony is saying, is it possible to see the brood stock, as most farmers consume the brood stock immediately after hatching?
Okay, that's a good question. True, most farmers consume the male brood stock immediately after hatching because they killed it. However, the female brood stock is always kept because it can be reused. It takes about 6 weeks for them to develop all the eggs that they just let out. So I don't think many people consume their female brood stock. Brood stocks are very expensive. So the male brood stock, yes, consumed, but the female brood stocks are always kept. And then if you, as I said, I told you that ultimately we do business with people.
I mean, I snap my fishes every time I hatch, you know, because clients want to see it. All right. And though, of course, once you get that trust, you know, people keep up to that. But the female broodstock is always available for you to see. Yep.
It's also expected that that's not the only tail you have in the farm anyway.
Yes.
Sorry, Doctor. Sorry, Akim Fish and Dr. Sam. I'm receiving signal that we have to go on break. So, as a psychologist, as a teacher, if the level of accumulation becomes too much, then the law of dissonance in the learning begins to set in. So I think at some point we give you maybe 1, 2, let's say 1 minute to round up, then we can go for break, and then we resume later. The brain would have been refreshing for us to take more.
That was a good one. How long would the break be?
Let me find out from
Prof,
Alima.
Prof, you can give them, if it depends on you. You're in charge,
Okay.
Prof.
All right. Can we take 10 minutes or 15? Or is it a virtual meeting, so there is no lunch or tea break served? It's just to refresh. So maybe we can just take 10 minutes or 15 minutes to stretch. If you want to rush for a cup of coffee, fine.
I think 15 minutes is good.
Yeah, it's 11 now, so quarter after 11, we start.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Dr. Sam, please, I will still be needing your screen, so just
No worries. No worries. No worries.
Thank you. So 15 minutes. So
yes.
see you in 15
minutes break. Oops. Ooh. All right, welcome back. Let's see how many people are in the house. Akin is not showing his face yet. Who will continue? One, Akubo is there, Alima is there. So we're good to continue with 6 people. Fine.
Great.
Okay.
So good afternoon back. Welcome back from the break.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Great. So yeah, Cyprian is back. So thank you very much, Doctor.
Let me know how you want. Okay, sorry, Doctor. Sorry, Akin. Let me know how do you want to arrange it? The sequence, you and Dr. Sam. Is it you continue throughout, or you're going to break and?
We understand that.
Okay. Okay. So go ahead.
Great. So thank you, Doctor. I can see. So we'll continue from the feeding, and we've talked about the FCR, feed conversion ratio. Doctor explained beautifully how it is that feed actually converts the food you give them to flesh. All right. That means if I give the fish 1 kg of feed, how many kg of flesh will the fish grow to? What's the commensurate increase in weight because of the feed I have given them? All right. Now, universally, FAO, that's Food and Agriculture Organization, universally, the standard is 1 to 1. That means if you give the fish 1 kg of feed, the fish is supposed to grow in weight to 1 kg. All right, that's universal standard. However, in Nigeria, the reality that we have found out is that it's between 1.2 to 1.3. That means if I give the fish 1.2 kg of feed, only then will it grow to 1 kg of weight. All right. So between 1.2 to 1.3, in fact, sometimes 1.4 with good feed. All right. So with that, now you can know that, okay, if I want to raise my fish, just like Doctor said, if I want to raise my fish to 500 grams, I know that, oh, okay, I need to times 500 grams by 1.2 to get me the quantity of feed that I'm supposed to use. All right. Now, feed marketers or feed companies in Nigeria will come and tell you their feed is good. Copens, creatine, all the imported feeds will come and tell you their feed, the FCR is 1 to 1. But as I've said, on the field, we have not really found it as 1 to 1 completely. It's usually between, of course, sometimes I've seen 1 to 1 before, but I cannot write a business plan on 1 to 1. I'll write a business plan on like 1.3 to 1, because that's like worst case scenario, knowing that at least I'll get my 1 kg, all right? So that's that. Then number 3, the price of fish feed. So some are more expensive than others. The imported feed prices are between maybe for the 2 mm size, 3 mm size. So when I say mm, try to picture grains of sand. Now you see that grain of sand, there's a size to it. When we, no, we're still, no, don't come down yet. Don't come down yet. Thank you, Doctor. Still stay in that number. Yes, exactly. Still stay here. Thank you very much, Doctor. When I say try to picture in your mind the grain of sand. Now imagine that grain of sand. If it grows bigger, let's say it becomes like a grain of rice. If it grows bigger, let's say it becomes like a grain of beans. If that grows bigger, let's say it becomes like a sweet or something like that. So that's how the different millimeter is mm. That's how the different sizes increase. So when they are babies, they will eat the size that looks like sand. And then when they grow bigger, they will eat the size that looks like rice, like that, as they continue growing. So we use 2 mm as a standard for all the feed prices. It gives you an estimate of, gives you an idea of the different price difference between the feeds. So we just use 2 mm feed across all the feeds as a standard. All right. So there are different types of feeds in Nigeria. All right. There's the imported feeds. Doctor has explained beautifully about floating feeds. There's sinking feed. Sinking means that it just goes into the ground. It just goes into the water. Once you put it, it just sinks. All right. There's a rumor that it gives fish more weight. It has not been proven scientifically. So there are imported feeds. There's creatine, the copens, chi feed. Okay, cheese made in Nigeria. There's aqua. They are all floating feeds. Apart from creatine, creatine has one kind of feed that is sinking feed. Thank you, Doctor. Let's scroll up. So we have the imported feeds, and then we have so how I like to explain this is by telling you that if you wanted to feed a baby and there is Cerelac are like imported, premium feed products for a baby. Then there is we can't afford Cerelac, but we can afford pap, and that pap we can put milk, sugar, and all the things we think the baby actually needs, you know. Then there is so there are different qualities to the feed, all right? So there is made in Nigerian feeds, like the ones you see in front of you now, that's made in Nigerian skirting to your right there. I was in the skirting company at the time. There's Vital Feed, there's Blue Crown, there's Eco Float, and the skirting sinking is actually made in Nigeria. All right, so those are made in Nigerian feeds. Most of them float. As a standard now, almost everybody just does floating feeds because it's the best for you, as doctor has explained. You see your fish when they feed. All right, so you see them, they come out to eat. So you can see if they have any issue, you can see if they have any diseases. And if you just throw the feed and you don't know if they're eating it or not, you can also stop feeding once you see that they've stopped rushing the feed. All right, so, but if it's sinking, you just keep pouring because you don't know. You can't see them eating it or otherwise. Of course, initially when you first pour, the initial rush, okay, you pour, you can't stop. You don't know when to stop. But with a floating feed, once you pour, and you see that they are not eating again, you stop. All right, good. So there's the indigenous. Thank you, doctor. There's the indigenous and self-formulated fish feeds. All right, so these are the fish feeds that you see in the local mills. And if you just drive past your area a little bit, you will definitely see one or two local feed mills where they're making feeds. If you walk in there and say, I want to make fish feed, they will tell you they have their formula, you know, and they will tell you 200 and something per kg. All right, and that works. All right. Now, doctor, let's scroll down. You two can take your own formula there. All right. I will give you I can give you a formula, you know. However, okay, so this is at 15th of. However, I'll get to that. So this is at 15th of April 2018. These prices that you can see here. Let me tell you what is different. Skirting 2 mm is now 12,000.
I'm interested in that, however.
Yeah, I'm
very interested in that, however. That's the big joker.
Dr. Akubo. So I'll get to the however. So skirting 2 mm is now 12,000. Copen's 2 mm is now 13,500. Chi 2 mm is 8,500. Vital 2 mm is 6,500. Aqualis 2 mm is 7,200. Blue Crown 2 mm is 6,400. Currently, those are the current prices of that. So yeah, I've talked of indigenous feeds being, you know, individual formulas and stuff like that. I'm still coming to the awareness, however. So steps to the decision. 4 steps to knowing the best feeds for you to use. Scroll down, please. Thank you. Number 1, how much is the price of fish right now? Since you are selling fish, you know that if I'm going to, let me explain it like this. If I'm going to sell the fish for 600 naira per kg, what kind of feed will I have to use to make sure I make a profit when I'm eventually selling at 600 naira per kg? If my FCR is 1.2, that means the fish converts the feed to flesh by 1.2%. So let's just do a little calculation together. If I told you now that the price of, I'm not a feed marketer, so I'm not marketing any feed. However, if I tell you a bag of feed is 6,000 naira, all right, and that 6,000 naira is 15 kg. Oh, most of the bags of feeds are 15 kg. They are bagged in 15 kg bags. It's 15 kg. All right. Now that means 1 kg of that feed is 400 naira. Do you understand that? Because that's 15 kg bag, and the price is 6,000 naira. So that means 1 kg of it is 400 naira. Now, if you use an FCR of 1.2, how much will it cost you to raise 1 kg of feed? That's like 480 naira. That's 400 naira times 1.2. So that's 480 naira to raise that 1 kg of fish that you will sell at 600 naira per kg. Now that 480 naira, you've not put the cost of juvenile. You've not put the cost of operations. You've not put cost of fuel, staff, amortization of your ponds over the years. Depreciation. You've not put all those costs into 400 naira. Now imagine if that same feed is 12,000 naira, like skirting, or is, how much is Copen now? I think Copen is like 16K. You know, it's all those kind of extraordinary prices. What they will now try to tell you is that, because they come to me and market a lot, I have plenty farms, so they know that if they get plenty farms. So They come and market. And what they will tell you is that their FCR is 1-to-1. But my people, I'm telling you, I've been in full-time fish farming now 10 years. I cannot bank on 1-to-1. I've seen it before. It has happened on my farm before. I've seen it maybe like twice or thrice. But imagine me farming every 2-month cycle for 10 years and seeing it thrice. Is that what I'll write a business plan on? I won't. You understand? It's not realistic, you know? Or like telling you, okay, so let me give you an example. In Ibadan, there's something we call exhibition. That exhibition, is all this Guinness, brewery, all these alcoholic drinks that do the exhibition. So they pick a bar, not like a bar, like an open field, like Trans Amusement Park. If you know Ibadan, there's one Trans Amusement Park, is big, wide. They will now bring celebrities, musicians every night for 21 days, from December 1st to December 25. Every night is always a party, drinks and everything around. All right. Now you see, during that exhibition, a lot of us farmers will farm our fish for exhibition. We know that every night we'll be eating pepper soup there. Do you understand? In different places, or not just one place, like 4 or 5 different exhibitions. Guinness will do their own, Star will do their own, Larger will do their own, and all those kind of things. Now, we'll farm fish for it. Now, you see, if maybe there's money in town, if Nigeria is not in a depression and people spend money well, a lot of farmers will sell their fish there. What happens immediately after is that there's a scarcity of fish. So me, as an experienced fish farmer, if I see that, and as a real practical guy, if I see that plenty of people are taking their fish to exhibition, I won't take my fish there. I will wait till after exhibition for fish prices to skyrocket, because most people have sold their fish. But I will not write. So if that increases my profits by like 15%, when I'm writing a business plan, I cannot bank that, oh, that's what I want to do every year. Do you understand what I mean? So I will always take the worst case scenario. I will not, but sometimes I cannot do it. Then dry season now comes, and then fish prices just go to like 800 naira per kg, and then I'm making 50% profit. Yes, it has happened. I do it. I know how to trick it to do that. But I cannot write it in my business plan that, don't worry, there's a style with you. No, I will not write that. I will take the worst case scenario. So when you are also doing this, your feed analysis now, don't say, I know I will get shooters from Akin Fish, and they will be very good, and the SCR will be 1-to-1. No. Put your FCR at 1.3 or 1.4. You understand? And that will help you make a better decision as regards the feed. I'm trying not to tell you a feed to use, but if you now go to the feed stores now and write down all the prices of the feeds, with this explanation I'm telling you, you will know 1 or 2 feeds that you should be using. So thank you very much, Doctor. Let's move to point 3. Yeah. So I've talked about the feed. I've talked about the price. All right, that the price with your FCR is what will let you know the kind of feed to use. And then, okay. So, but ultimately it is your decision. You know, if for instance, let me give you an example now. You have a customer who wants to buy your fish, but you know that they like all this kind of, so something that is a fad right now in agriculture is organic agriculture. All right, they tell you that this whatever, maybe crop or livestock or whatever, that they did not use chemical, they did not use everything, is 100% natural, and so you pay more. All right, so what they are just trying to say is they want to collect more money from you. All right, so I know people that it's only organic products they like it. That this thing is organic, no chemical, no nothing, it's good for my body. So they pay premium prices for that. So if I'm raising fish for that kind of client, and he tells me that, oh, okay, I want 100 fishes delivered to my house every Friday, and I want them to be organic, I can use creatine for him because I know he will pay the money back. Do you understand? But if it's that I'm reselling to retailers, then you know I will definitely not use some of these feeds. As I say, I'm trying not to mention the name of any feed particularly. All right. So ultimately, it is your decision. You know. But now you can see why a lot of people run away from imported feeds, right? Good. It's not just a patriotic concept that you are patronizing made in Nigerian products, but it's also the only profitable way for you to farm your fish. All right. Now let me. I was going to say however, and then you know you guys wanted to hear what the however is. Let's be realistic. All right. I'm a farmer. You know. Let's do some calculations. If you want to do your own made in Nigerian feeds now, that my pap, that I put milk, I put bonvita, I put kuli, I put groundnut, I put everything for that pap to be very good for my baby. I hope you understand the analogy I'm using. If you want to do that, you spend maybe like 250 naira per kg. All right, I don't think there's any feed with your own feed mill. That you have your own feed mill, and you are doing it by yourself on your farm. You bought machine, everything. You buy corn, you buy GNC, you buy fish meal, you do everything by yourself. You spend maybe between 250 to 300 naira per kg for it to be really good. I will explain what really good is in the next slide. Doctor, don't go there yet. For it to be really good, you spend maybe between 250 and 300 naira per kg. Now, you see, let me be honest with you. You see, all these people that resell all these products for us, that sell corn, GNC, it's not as if they do a test to see the nutritional content of that corn at the time you are buying it. Even if you take it there the first time, you take it to animal care that, see, I want to take a reading of my product. There is no guarantee that the corn you buy now is still the same quality as the corn you will buy next time. There is no guarantee that the GNC you buy from the same store, from the same people they buy it from, is the same quality the one you get next time. There is no guarantee. As I said, if you see my videos on Instagram, you see when I used to make my own fish feed by myself. But now, there are some fish feeds in the market. There's one of them, I don't want to mention its name. It's 4,500 naira per kg. If it's still a 15 kg bag, if you divide that 4,500 naira by 15, that's 300 naira per kg for a already bagged feed. All right? That's 300 naira per kg. My brother, let me not lie for you. You cannot do anything better than that. Go and buy the feed mill. In fact, start your own feed company. You will still spend between 250 naira to 300 naira per kg to get your good pap. That your pap, for it to be loaded with granite, milk, Bonvita, Cerelac, everything. You will still spend between 250 naira to 300 naira per kg. Meanwhile, you install your machines with money. You will keep staff. Abi, there is no guarantee to the sense that you will always get the same quality of raw materials as you got always. If you take it to a feed mill, there is really no guarantee that it's what you write on paper, the formula you write on paper, that they give you the product. No, you don't know. You just drop your paper for them and you go. And you come back and pick whatever they give you. Even if your brother is the owner of the feed mill, it's not guaranteed. So when you join all of that, with the fact that today machine will have issue, tomorrow operator will not come, next tomorrow you will pay salary, etc., and you will still end up spending 250 to 300 per kg. Meanwhile, you can walk into a store right now and buy a feed that they've already bagged, processed, all I said I don't want to mention them, and it's 4-5 per kg. And you are saying, the quality is not scratch. My brother, you're not ready for business. You know, you are really not ready for business. You know. So I make my feed before. I used to make my feed before, but each time I'm always comparing cost-benefit analysis. Right now, I can just walk into the store and buy the feed, buy 100 bags, and that's it. Literally, there. I had videos of all of this on my laptop. Once my laptop comes back on, once it's full, it's charging already. I can see it. Once it's full, I will show you videos of the feed and all the likes. Thank you, Cyprian. All right. So yeah, me and my co-facilitator put all of this together. So Dr. Sam is also very vast, both academically and theory, as he has said in his thing. So so the reality, as I was telling you, is that yes, it might look good on paper or good to say, oh, I have my feed mill, but at the end of the day, you will discover, unless if you now decide you want to go into feed production and selling it to other people, that's when the scale will rise to the point that, oh, it now makes sense, because you'll now be able to bring this 250 down lower to maybe 200 naira plus. All right. But if it's still, oh, my farm, your farm is still less than maybe 50,000 fishes. Oh, by the time you put in 20 million, or maybe you put in 3 million into machinery, 5 million into raw materials, I'm not sure you can compare it realistically with, oh, going to sign a deal with these people to supply you at whatever. I'm a distributor of some of these feeds. So I get, so I told you that I have farms all over Nigeria. I have 23
I don't know,
farms.
Dr. Awolumate, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask a question. Since it's like the class is interactive, questions can come in, then the
Drop it in the chat so that you don't break my line of thought. Drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat so that you don't break my line of thought.
Okay, please go ahead. No problem.
And just drop it in the chat. Drop the questions. Then once I see it, the moment I'm done with whatever sentence I'm talking about, I'll be able to just speak into that. All right. So thank you. Drop it. Please drop it in the chat now. I actually want to answer the question immediately.
Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So, as I said, I'm a distributor to some of these feeds. I have a feed store where I sell fish feeds because my farms. So I told you that I'm in charge of plenty farms, right? So they buy my fingerlings. I recommend the feed to use for them. I supervise in quotes in some of my farms. Some of the staff on that farms are actually, some of the managers were trained by me. So, you know, I get discounts for bulk purchases. So if you are doing the same thing also, you know, you probably get discounts on that. So doctor, let's move up. So I wanted to tell you what a good feed quantity, what a good feed will constitute of. So you've got the protein. Catfish basically need like 32% protein. So if you are dancing around, if you are in a feed mill and you are playing around protein constituents has tons like GNC, granite cake, fish meal, poultry meal, feather meal, all those protein ones. When you get there, they'll give you a list of all the proteins they have. Now the point is, let me give you an example now. You see, fish meal is 78% protein. So that fish meal is 78% protein. You now need 32% of all of your order. You need 32% of all of your order to be protein. But if you buy 32% fish meal, you know you've not gotten that 32% yet. You've not gotten that. If you buy fish meal that is 32% of the whole quantity you're buying, you've not gotten that 32% protein yet, because that fish meal is just 68% protein. Are you getting the calculation? So this is a simple Google trick. If you go on Google now and just type what's protein, whatever is fish meal, to tell you the percent. So if you see GNC, or if you see whatever protein source you want, granite cake, full fat soya, etc., and all those other protein source, you can find out the derivative of it and then use it to make a formula for yourself. All right. Then you need energy, 8.5 calories per kg. You need fats, 4.6%. All right. Of course, all the ones in the middle there are the items that you use them for. You need carbohydrate, 20%. If your fishes are older, this is your 4.6% of fats. I would say they should be much more than that. Then you need fiber. Fiber is to make the fish. So it helps them in digestion, all right? Then you want to add minerals and vitamins. So these minerals and vitamins are always olein, etc., that people put in their products. However, as I've said, if you walk into any feed mill, they'll probably have formulas already on ground for you. And you also can play around those formulas. You know, I've taught you how to make a formula now with that. And you can make your own feed, all right? But one thing I would also advise is that once you are making your feed, if you are making your feed, you see, you don't need to wait 6 months for you to know you are making a loss in fish farm. From every 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you can know the state of the farm. Before you start feeding them the food, take their weight. If I have a pond of 10 by 10 and I put 100 fishes there, and I take their weight and they are 50 kg, all the fishes, they are 50 kg at that time. You don't have to take all of their weight. You do sampling, which is the next slide that is now sampling. But before we get there, if I take that sampling, if I take 100 kg of the fish and I weigh them at 4 kg in total, and then I buy a bag of feed, and that bag of feed is 15 kg. After feeding them over maybe the space of 2 weeks, that bag of feed, if I take them their weight again, I should see commensurate change in weight from the bag of feed to them. Do you understand? Because they just finished eating 15 kg. If 15 kg cannot just disappear, it has to show in their body. All right. So I will now see most times that they've grown by maybe like 11 kg. So that total weight before was 54 kg. But now with this bag of feed, the total weight now should be like 6 or 7 kg. All right. So that's an FCR. That's how you calculate FCR. You calculate what's the feed you fed them and what's the commensurate increase in price in weight. So if, for instance, I make my own feed now with all these my paparazzi calculations, and I feed them 100 kg, and they grow only 20 kg, that's an FCR of 5:1. I don't need to wait and continue feeding them that fish for the next 3 months and I'll say, this is the feed I used that was not good. No, I will stop immediately because I know that feed is powder dash.
Yeah.
You know, yes, you know, it's balderdash. I don't need to continue, all right? But if I now see that, let me give you an example. If I make that feed for 200 naira per kg, okay, I'm seeing your questions. I'm going to answer them right now. Keep sending in the questions as much as you can. So if let me give you an example. If the feed from the beginning, Timothy Shea, from the beginning that I have done it, I'm doing the feed 200 naira per kg. But I fed them 100 kg and they grew 50 kg. You know, that's an FCR of 2 to 1. But that means for me to grow that fish to 1 kg, I have to feed them 2 kg of that feed. But do you know why I will still do it? I will do it because 200 naira per kg times 2 is 400 naira per kg. If I get 400 naira per kg to raise that fish to 1 kg, it's still a good deal. You know, it's still a good deal. So I will do it. Are you following me? So these things are not set in stone. If you two feel that you have one feed that everybody is talking about, no problem. Dedicate one of your ponds to it. Do the test. I fed them 100 kg of this feed. What did he give me? He gave me 20 kg. It's too small. It takes too much time. Do you understand? And that's that. So yeah, over to sampling now. So doctor, just scroll down, see what are the next ones. After sampling, what do we have? Doctor, your screen, please. Thank you. Thank you. Scroll down. After sampling, what do we have? What do we have after sampling?
Record taking.
Okay. Okay. After record taking, what else?
Then same thing, record taking. Then farm stress management.
Okay, great. So so I'll take sampling, I'll record taking, then I would have doctor come in for farm stress, you know, stress, just operations on the farm basically. I think that was there. Then, but let me quickly answer these questions now before we move into SAM. Thank you. So you can as well just drop your questions right now. So I saw Mr. Akin in one of your videos, the feed you are using in feeding your fish, I believe, is locally made. Was it done by you? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I make my own feed. In fact, at the point I started selling Asha feed, you know. But that was before Olam came into the market. All right. When Olam came into the market with EcoFloat, I didn't want to mention name of feed, but we can as well just do that. With EcoFloat is about 4,500 per bag, which is 15 kg. See, the stress that we get to get that quality at 300 naira per kg, it's not worth it. Do you understand? Because I will have to test all my raw materials and be testing each time. By the time you factor time, labor costs, transport costs, etc., you discover that my cost of production is actually 300 naira per kg. All right. So yeah, I used to make my feeds before, but right now I've paused on it. Maybe, of course, before the end of this year. So they increased fish prices 2 weeks ago. They increased fish prices like 6 weeks ago. 2 months. It's not up to 2 months. 2 weeks ago, they just increased fish prices again. And the government is going to declare a recession within the next 2 months. Meaning that, and they've banned corn. They've banned corn importation into Nigeria. What that means is that all of us that are fighting for corn will increase. So corn prices will increase. And therefore, the prices of feed will increase again. So I might go back to making my feed. I can anticipate it already. Yeah, great. So Mr. Akin, please, which has a lesser mortality rate between catfish and tilapia during cultivation? Catfish is carnivorous. They eat themselves. All right? Tilapia is not carnivorous. Apart from if you have babies in the pond, the big fishes will eat the babies in the pond, but not themselves, not their peers. They don't eat their peers. Now, mortality rate. This is a tricky question because tilapia can wake up in the morning and say the temperature is not right, and you just find like 100 of them dead. Catfish, you don't see that. But catfish, over the space of time, they will eat themselves. There's a Yoruba adage that eja leja jesora. That's fish eat fish to grow big. All right. So in catfish, you already know that if I'm stocking 1,200 fishes, When I harvest, I'll probably see like 980 or 1,000 from 1,200. Meanwhile, if I'm stocking 100 tilapia, I can see 100 tilapia at the end. However, if I don't get to that end, in between, I can lose all of them on one day. So tilapia is fragile. If you are not here at the beginning of the class, I showed a video of us transporting tilapia, and you see how we had to put them in oxygen bags, etc., etc., etc. So you catfish now, you can lose maybe 10% of your catfish because something went wrong. They poisoned the pond, or something went wrong. You lose some. If you were to lose a tilapia, you lose everything at once. Do you understand what I mean? Or you lose a lot. They are very fragile. So during cultivation.
Another aspect that's just to add to that question, depending if the tilapia is sexed, okay?
Yes.
Can you please throw light? If it's sexed, that's what he's talking about. But if it's not sexed, they are highly prolific, okay? Tilapia is very prolific. They produce, in thousands,
Yes.
So are you shed light on that also?
Yes, thank you very much, Doctor. Very good points that you brought in. So thank you very much, people. See, drop your compliments, so it makes the speaker talk more when the doctor teaches that it's being appreciated. So thank you. Yes, exactly. Great. With the mobile phones, you can see that they are not a waste. Great, wonderful. And you can put tarpaulins inside, right? So as I said, be thanking Dr. Sam. Dr. Sam did a great job, and he's also doing a great job by still asking all these pointed questions. So they are same-sex tilapia. Same-sex tilapia is that they hatch the fish to get 98% male tilapias, right? So with that, what it actually does, it gives a hormone boost for the fishes to grow faster. So the aspect of them playing rough play inside the pond, if it was dual sex, the male and the female, instead of them to be growing big, they'll be using the energy to born children. You understand? So tilapia, if you put same-sex tilapia inside the same pond, it's highly prolific. You get them a lot, but most times when you harvest, you see that it's small fishes. If you see the first picture there, you will see very seldom. Of course, we have big fishes. We have big fishes in our pond, but what we really harvest is 200 grams, 300 grams, 400 grams. That's once those fishes reach 800 grams and 1 kg above in tilapia, I very don't like to sell them because I will use them to get millions of baby fishes. But those baby fishes, 200 grams, 100 grams, come and pack them, and let them go. So they are very prolific. But if you do same sex, so if you do same-sex tilapia, they are less prolific. You get like 98% male tilapias every time you hatch that. But so they call them red-tailed tilapia. But the truth is, it's not very common in Nigeria. Let's just put it like that. All right, it's not very common. It's not bankable. All right, so yeah, so that's that. Tilapia, catfish will not reproduce naturally on its own. Catfish will not. If you put the male and female, they are always male and female. They are always together in the pond. They won't artificially reproduce. They will not be facing their business growing. But tilapia, they will not play rough play and So let me just check if there's other questions before I move on to sampling.
Yeah, there is another question there. I don't know if you have addressed it from Cyprian.
Yeah, I bought some fingerlings from Cardo Fish Market and I discovered that they come from different hatcheries. And so they didn't grow simultaneously. Some were still very small, about after 5 months of harvest. Why is this so? So it does not necessarily mean they come from different hatcheries. I've explained, you were not here when I was explaining shooters, first class, second class, and runs. All right. So what the person did was just got the hatchery, just got the fingerlings, and you got a mismatch. Right, you got some shooters that were big and you got some runs. However, let me tell you something. The truth is, in every fish batch, in every fish pond, it's not a matter of percentages. The reality is that if I pack 1,000 shooters and I put them inside a pond, after 2 months, there will be some that will be laggards. It just always happens like that. That's why you now have to sort. See, when I now separate them, if I put those small ones inside a pond on their own, and I leave those big ones on their own, those small ones will catch up to those big ones. Do you understand? You will see that within 1 month, you just that you can't tell the difference again. The big ones are the small ones, the seeming small ones have caught up with the big ones. It's because when you feed your fishes, it's the big ones that eat first. They'll quickly run and eat By pushing the small ones away. Once they have this pectoral fin, the pectoral fin is just here of the fishes. When they nod one of them like this, it will not come back. You know, it will not come back to it. You know, so so you want to sort your fishes. Sorting really helps have a balance. And Doctor mentioned it in his earlier speech of how sorting really helps to have a balanced pond. So you don't want to have one fish pond. You want to have like 2, 3, 4, as many as you can, so that you can sort your fishes appropriately. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, now back to sampling. So I've given you a hint of what sampling is. Great, thank you, Cyprian, thank you. So, and I've also shared tips on how to get the best fingerlings. I don't know if this slide will be available at the end of this class, but I'm sure the recording of this video will be available. So you can also find out how to actually identify the best fingerlings, you know, from the farm. You know, some of my clients, you know, they will call me and say, "Oh, you have fish." I'll say, "Yes." They say, what's the weight of the fish, or what's the age of the fishes? I'll say, "They're just 2 weeks. So when do you need them?" You say, "Let me see." So when I do a video call for him and see that, oh, they're still small fishes, I'll say, well, okay, I will need them in 10 days. No. What size would they be by then? I'll not say, oh, they'll be fingerlings by then. Oh, great. Okay, no problem. So we then keep communication. Do you understand? Up until he picks his fingerlings.
Emergency meeting movie. A gidan fita karfe 10 na safe a gidan fita can Divine. Hey, Peter.
Bro, can you please mute yourself?
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
So sampling is you taking the average weight of your fish. I'm explaining that you want to make sure that every 2 weeks, some farms every 2 weeks, some farms every 10 days, you know, they take the average weight of their stock. You need to know the state of your flock. All right, you need to know the state of your farm. You need to know the feeds you are giving, you know, etc. So you plan beforehand and bring all your pond materials, all the materials and personnel you need. It's not when you start draining the water, you now start looking for bowls. Where is the bowl? Where is this? Where is that? No. You do this. Why I'm saying this, why I'm teaching this is that it must be seamless. It's not that every time you are down taking average weight, you lose 2 days, which is what most farms do right now. Every time they're taking average weight, they stress their fishes in such a way that they lose the 2 days of production cycle. So imagine every 2 weeks you lose 2 days. 2 weeks you lose 2 days. When I mean they lose 2 days, I mean they stress the fishes. So that's when they will not tell you, starve the fishes 24 hours before, starve the fishes 24 hours after. So they've lost 2 days just because they're taking sample. Do you understand that? So you can see that the second point here is do not feed your fish for a day or 2 prior to major handling. All right. In cases that fish have been fed, do not feed for a minimum of 4 days prior to. Okay, this one is harvest. All right, but I'm talking about taking the average weight and everything. So basically, if you can skip 6 hours, you know, so fish consume all the feed inside of them within 4 hours. They digest, right? So when they are juveniles, you can feed 3 times a day. You can feed 8 to 8. All right. It's always good to have a set time for feeding so that you can train your fishes. I will show you video. All of these things I was supposed to be showing you videos of them as okay. So I've seen a question. I'll answer it right now. I'll answer it immediately after I start. So yeah, I was talking of sampling, and I was talking of how you know you deprive them of food for 6 hours, all right, prior to when you handle them, all right. It's always good to work under low temperature, all right. So you want to do this very early in the morning or very late in the evening, all right, so that it's just cool for them to work, all right. And then you want to work fast and efficiently. All right, so now averagely 30% of the sample is good. All right, so if I have 1,000 fishes in the pond, I don't necessarily need to bring out the whole 1,000 fishes to be taken away one by one. No. I just bring out 100 fishes in 3 batches. Right, so 100 fishes in 3 batches is 300 fishes, and it gives me a sample of the population of 1,000 fishes. So that's how I'll take my average weight. All right, good. So we record the sampling. I'll talk about records. You'll see the records now in next, maybe 2 slides about. Doctor, next. Doctor, please help me come down. Doctor, let me scroll down, please.
A record taking.
Is this the end of this sampling slide? Yes, it is. Calm down. Just scroll down. Just scroll down.
We have this is a summary.
Scroll your screen down. Let's just continue. Let me continue. Scroll your screen down. It's not moving. Oh, you can't see that it's not moving.
It's moving from here.
No, but it's not moving here. The one you're sharing is not moving.
Ah.
Doesn't seem to be. Okay.
Is it moving now?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, go back
Sure.
up. Let me see. Go up. Up. Okay, yeah. So after that, after the sampling, record taking is the immediate next one. Is it?
Record taking, yes.
Okay, great. So in this record taking, what we are going to do is we'll show you a blank sheet and then we'll show you a properly filled sheet. All right. So we'll first show you a blank sheet, a blank record sheet, and then we'll now show you a properly filled one. Okay, yeah. So go up, doctor. Up. Up.
This is a blank one.
No. First go up. I want to see that the last one is actually, okay, yeah, great. Okay, yes. I've seen what I want to see. No, go up. I want to make sure that the slide before this is the slide of sampling.
Guideline to post-harvest handling.
Okay. No problem. Okay, so come down to record taking. So let me just quickly answer this question. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I understood the process of hatching fish artificially. Great. What happens in the natural ecosystem? Do the male ones also die after releasing their sperms? No, they don't. So for the natural ecosystems, what happens is that when the water is shallow, all right, when it's like dry season and the water is shallow, the female fishes come to the edge of the water. They come to the edge of the water, and that's where they release their eggs. All right. So the male, as they are releasing their egg, the male is attached to the female on top. And as the eggs is coming out, the sperm too is following it. It's outside, it's done outside. All right, it's done outside, it's done in the water. But the male, like frogs, have you seen how frogs, the male frog will be on top of the female? As it's dropping her egg, the sperm will be following it. That's exactly what happens in catfish, all right? That's why if you keep broodstock, and sometimes you just drain your water or the rain just falls, it always looks to them as if no, it's dry season. So that's why sometimes you just see that they just naturally drop their eggs. If you've seen anybody who experienced that before, I've experienced it before. If you keep female broodstock, you just see that if you drain the water, you just release all their eggs because they just think, their psychic think that, oh, okay, it's dry season and it's time for us to release our eggs. So they do that. That's why if you are keeping broodstock, you don't change the water as often as you change the water of grow out fishes. If you notice now that I mentioned it, go to most broodstock, you will see that their broodstock water is not usually very clean. Why? Because you don't change it very often. All right. So, yeah, that's that. So let's go for. So yeah, so I think we have 2 more hours. So I'll just be. Sorry. So yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, so when I record taking, all right. So these are sheets that you can use on your. Sorry, I didn't see that. Oh, okay, great. Thank you, Cyprian. So Cyprian, so how to use your pond tank management seat. So we'll do this record taking in 2 ways. The first one which we are doing now is we are talking about the pond. The next one we'll do is about the feed. All right. But this pond record taking is a sheet that you should always have beside your farm, because anybody who comes in, like me as a consultant in farms, when I come in, I don't, let me give you an example. I have some farms that sign me up to come once a month. I have another farm that signs me up to come twice a month. I have another farm that signs me up to come once every week. Now, with that week that I'm coming, I will not tell them that I'm coming on so and so deal so that I can catch them doing anything they are doing. Do you understand? I won't tell them that I'm coming on Monday or Tuesday. I'll just show face. Now, when I show face, they must be keeping their records for me to know what they did just that morning. So if I come to your farm now and you tell me you fed by 8 o'clock and I come by 9 and I throw feed inside the fish pond, and they are rushing it, somebody is lying. I don't have to wait for 6 months to discover that you've been feeding inadequately. Do you understand? As a consultant, if I come to your pond, to your farm, and you are supposed to change water 3 times a day, and we don't have these records, there is no way, if the water is dirty now, 3 times a week, I mean, if the water is dirty now, you can tell me, you are just about to change it today. That's what they say. Well, after changing the alarm, I want to change it this morning. I'll say, why? But if I have a record sheet, I can see the last time you changed the water. Do you understand? etc. So with this now, you can see the slide. The first on the right is date. All right. So everybody knows that date is quite important. After that, we have Dr.
Stock.
We have the stock. I can't see.
We have the stock.
Stock, all right. So you tell me, it's batch A, because if we have, let me give you an example. If we have 20 ponds, arranged sequence 10 by 10, 10 by 10, 10 by 10, 20. All right. Now, we don't have to, for a farm to be realistic with you, to be practical. A farm will not stock build, or a good farm, some new farms can try it. But a good farm will not stock build 20 ponds at once. You stock them in batches, because once you get your market, you can't have your market to sell 20,000 fishes and the next month you don't have fish to sell. No. So you want to make sure that you stagger your production, all right, so that you can always have fish to sell. So that's 20 ponds that they will construct. They can stock maybe 4. So that's stock A. Do you understand? Then maybe next month they will stock another 4. That's stock B. Though it's the same line of ponds. Are you following? So you have batch A, batch B, batch C, batch D, so that every month you'll be selling fish, you know. That's liquidity is very important in business. Some people don't realize that if you don't have cash in your hand and you have an urgent need, you say, in 2 months we'll sell my fishes. It might be a challenge. It will be, it's not good for business. So you want to make sure that every farm is liquid. You must have fish to sell. All right. So sorry, give me a minute. Yeah. So So we have stock. Then the next one there is what?
The streets.
Yes. So so stock can also be the day you put them in. All right, the date you put them in. We stock them on so and so dates. If there is issues, we'll get to fish. We'll get to prophylaxis for your fish. We get to issues, how to prevent diseases and stuff. I think I put a slide there about that. All right. So if there was stuff you did on it, you tick that. All right. You tick street. What's the next one?
Sample or sampling.
The operations, you understand? So if I come to your farm, I should be able to say, okay, you did sampling from this pond on so and so date. All right. The next one is harvest, and the last one there is drain. So when you drain the water, all right. So you can see the place. If you look up on the top left, you write the name of the pond. You write the size, 10 by 10 by 4. Function, you write thank you. You write if it's grow out, if it's a broodstock pond, you write everything there. Then under the pond size and function, the next one is date, stock, and all of that. So you tick that. So with that, every time I come, I can see, the activity that has been done on this pond straight from just that paper. All right. And every morning they are supposed to tick it. They're supposed to, I'm sure you can read all of that. I'm sure the slide will be made available to you. So let's scroll down again. The next one is now a properly filled. Thank you, doctor. The next one is a properly filled pond. So now with this, you can tell me, you have an idea of the operations. So my laptop is fully charged. I want to see if I can switch it on so that I can also show you some videos of some of the things I'm talking about. But if you look at this slide, doctor, please help us make it larger so that they can see, so that they can read and see, and see So with that, okay, scroll from left to right so that they can see the progression. You can see that that pond now, they treated it on 7/04/2006 with 50 kg lime. Can you see it? The pond is pond 3. The size is on 1,000 meters squared and is a grow out pond. So I hope you understand that now. Then on 10, they filled the pond. All right. Then 15, they stocked the pond in 15. Yes, thank you, doctor, for putting the cursor there. They stocked the pond on the 15 with 3,000 catfish. With 3,000 catfish, that was the total weight at that time was 30 kg. Remember, I've told you. So I hope you're understanding all the things we're talking about now. That 30 kg, you know, that you measure, you know the weight of the fish before you stock them. So on the 14th, which was the next day, on the 18th, which was the next day, they lost 10 fishes because the fishes just came and, of course, they were just acclimatizing. They lost 10 fishes. So now, you know, they have 2,990 fishes, and the fishes total is 29.9 kg. All right. And then the next one is on the 20th. All right. All right. They sampled 100 fishes. Shetty, can you now see the farm operations that we are talking about? They sampled 100 fishes and they got the weight of 5.6 kg. So the average gram is 56 gram. So, you know, we stocked them at 30 gram, at 10 gram per fish initially on 15/04. But now it's now 56 gram after 2 weeks plus. All right. So the total weight now is 167.4 kg. All right, great. Then on 15/06, we are 2 months, we are 1 month plus into our production now. We sampled again and took 88 fish. On 23/07, we sampled again and took 67 fish. On 26/07, that same day we sampled. Because of stress and everything, we lost 2 fishes. All right, remove them. So scroll down, doctor. On 30th, we sampled 28. On 12/09, we sold 50 kg at average weight of 600 gram. Then this is an 18 pond. That's why the draining water is not plenty. All right. Now the total fish at that point was 1.75 thereabouts. That's the total fish we sold at 600 gram is 1.7 kg thereabouts. Great. Then 28/09, we treated by flushing water. All right. 15/10, we sampled again. All right. We now found out that the FCR was higher. All right. On 23, we sold 600 fish. Total weight of 480 kg. Are you seeing how with this now you can explain yourself? You can tell somebody that, oh, it will take 5 months for me to start repaying my loan. Why? Look at the records. You can see how I sampled, and how I sold. All right, great. So this is what you used to justify. This is what you used to justify, you know, all of that. So on 16, on 24th, 12, this 6 months after we started, we sold 1,000 fish of total. So you see that we've been selling in batches and the likes, and that's how we sold those fishes. So that's about pond. All right. Now we come to feed, because as I've told you before, a well-planned fish farm takes about 70%. Feed expenses should take about 70% of a well-planned fish farm. So if you guys will give me 10 minutes, I will be able to switch from my phone to my computer now and then show you some videos. Would you give me 10 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. So let me just do that right now. So I'm doing that. Or I might just be distracted a bit.
So 10 minutes is another bonus short break.
Yeah, so that he can show the videos.
Yeah.
We can show the videos of what he has explained earlier.
where do I start from now? Okay, so we talked about which one should I start from? So I talked about recirculatory aquaponics. This is the fish pond. Alright. And then the water goes, these are fish tanks. The water then goes into this place where it is recycled. Alright. And then this one is going here, which is the water from crops. And then it goes back. Into the water that comes in. Alright, so I hope you can see that. So this is our drain continue. So this is used water from the sea. And then it goes into this tank here. Where we purify it a little bit. Then we send them to the first farm here where we plant crops. That same water. Then the water then comes back clean into the fish tank. All right, so I've explained that. Then, okay, so sorting. All right, so we drain, you see us separating the big fishes from the small ones. We count, sample, all right. So, you know, we take our samples, we count the number, we take our samples, right? To know, I've explained all of that already. So you get that. This is a mobile pond, you know, and as you can see, you know, we're raising fishes there. Into that one there. Okay, so doctor talked about feeding.
This is how to feed your catfish. You pour your feed slowly. Slowly, watching them as they eat your feed. You don't just pour all. You keep pouring gradually until.
So this is floating food. You can see us feeding.
This is how to feed your catfish. You pour. Watching them as they eat your feed. You don't just pour all the feed and hope they finish it. No, you keep pouring gradually.
Are you still there? Okay. Are you there? Okay, I think he's out. What he's saying there is that when you feed your feed, you don't just pour it, you feed gradually. And from experience, we know that if you can either feed from a single spot or you spread it. But it's advisable you feed from a singular spot, because the feed, we now know that at a particular time, they will come there. Okay, if you feed your feed per time, per place, that fish will come there at the right time. And why there's a need for you not to pour it just like that, because the bigger one will eat everything. So when you, that's the disadvantage of put it on one spot. If I put it on this spot, while they are eating here, I go to another spot, I put it there again. The smaller one that could not eat at that point will find their way there. You know, so you can choose that method, but most of the time it's always advisable to ensure that you don't just pour it and go your way. You know, so you're welcome back.
Sorry, I don't know why. I don't know why it keeps tripping. If I have to, if I lose that again, maybe we just know that. I don't know.
It looks like your system is overloaded with videos and so many stuff.
I don't
why
think.
you're complaining.
No, I think it's a network. Just continue.
I think so. I'm sorry. All right. So fish feed. We talked about the feed place. Let me see, what else do I need to show you right now before we continue the class? Hold on, let me see. Someone was talking about feed, about processing fish.
Come back here later.
So I told you about the size of the fish. You can see the size of the fish. That the fish should not be too big for it to not dry inside well, and it should not be too small for it to be attractive to the client. So you want to make sure. Sorry, hold on. £75 million striker. You said you needed a winger. You were looking for Perisic. January, we get something better. You said you were looking for Mark. Where is his attraction? You said you were looking for Perisic last summer. It's a full day today. We are smoking fish all day. £75 million striker. So I just want to hide it. And also the way we are folding the fish. I hope you can see how we are folding it. We don't use fish or rope or like that because of the premium market we are selling our fish to. You know? It's a full day today. We are smoking fish all day. £75 million striker. I hope you see that. What else should I show you before we continue the class? So we talked about earthen ponds. This was a new project we are doing, and I told you how, you know, advantages and disadvantages, how you cannot just harvest 50 fishes, you know, because, and you can look at the size of the land. This is our new project that we're starting today. You can look at the size of the land that this takes. When you compare this, when you just suppose this to your mobile ponds, you know.
What was smallest size?
You know, you can see that this is something you can do in town and all like. So yeah, so let's go back to our class. As I'm teaching, any other thing I'll just bring up. This is Asha Ponds live in Dutse, Abuja. I'll just bring up the videos as appropriate. Okay, so I was talking about training your fishes. All right, I talked about feeding in a spot and at a certain time. So you can see the way I'm calling them because they already know where they eat. You understand? And with this now, if I ever come here at any time of the day and the fishes don't come, I know that there is an issue. Do you understand? Because we already know that 8 to 8, they come at this time. So with the noise I'm flipping at the floor, the noise I'm making, just flipping my fingers, they will come here because we already they know that this is where they come to eat. Do you get that? So if I come here one day and they don't come, then there is an issue. You know, I don't need to wait for the fishes to start dying for me to realize that, oh, I have an issue on my farm. You know, we already have preset, you know, rules and all of that. So yeah, that's that. Let me see, is there anyone I need to take right now before? Okay, so yeah, let's go back to the class. So I think Doctor has helped us with all of this before. Doctor, thank you very much for helping me scroll.
Thank you.
For helping me scroll and work. And thank you. So yeah, we are in I finished this, right?
Yes.
Then we went to the pond tank management record sheet and we finished this. And then so the feed record sheet. Okay, so after identifying the whole production process and on your pond, with that pond record sheet, the next important one is the feed record sheet. See, the truth is that they still feed in farm. Some of our staff say they have their own fish pond, they'll carry your own fish feed and go and use it to feed their own fish. Yes, or they even just feed it regularly. All right, so we have a feed record sheet. Now, we all know that, as I've explained to you, that the FCR of fish is 1:1. But worst case scenario is that 1:3 or 1:1.3 or 1:1.4. So in the first, on the left here, you see the pond. We write the name of the pond, all right? The type of feed. Maybe the feed is skretting or copens. We write the name there for records on the farm. Then the amount of feed. So how you can know this one is that when you take a 15 kg bag to the pond, we all know the bags weigh 15 kg. So once you feed your fishes, you feed them the way I've explained. You saw that video of how I was feeding fishes slowly until they stopped eating and they left. So once we feed like that, once we see that they go, we'll now weigh what is left. All right. So the difference between the 15 kg that the bag was before and what is left now is the volume they ate. All right. So if they fed, let me give you an example now. I have some farms that I am not present. With me, the farm manager, and the owner of the farm, we are on the same WhatsApp group. So in the morning now, if the guy posts that the fishes ate 5 kg of feed that morning, he cannot post that in the evening they ate 2 kg. Because there was a problem. If they ate 5 in the morning, we're expecting the same volume to be consistent, maybe just marginally higher or lower. So if they ate 5 kg in the morning, then I'm expecting in the evening they should eat like 4.9 or maybe 5.1 or 5.2. You can't just bring an abrupt jump in the size, in the quantity of feed fed from this morning to this evening. Are you following me? And if we started taking this record from the beginning, so when the fishes were first like 10 grams, they probably ate maybe 2 grams of fishes or feed. So over the time, I should be seeing this I hope you can see my cursor. I should be seeing this amount of feed increasing over the space of these dates: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And when I take the sample, the corresponding total kg here, I don't know if you can see the second to the last column, yes. The corresponding total kg here should translate to my sampling record. Do you get that? It should translate to my weight, average weight that they have increased. So you can't tell me now that they've ate 100 kg of feed here in the last 2 weeks, and then when we take sample, I see only 20 kg increase in weight. Then I don't have to wait 6 months for me to know there is something wrong on the farm. Somebody's either stealing my feed or not feeding my fish well, or the fish is a bad fish or something. See, the truth is, it's not every fish. Let me tell you, let me look at your face when I'm telling you this. It's not every fish that I start with that I finish. I'm coming. I want to see people's faces when I say this. It's not every fish that I start with that I finish. Some of them I stop. If I'm feeding them, and I see that they are not growing well, I stop. All right. If I start a batch of fish and I see that the FCR is ridiculous, 2 point something, and I'm using a very expensive feed at 350 naira per kg or something. Now that I'm talking with all these terminologies, I hope you understand what I'm talking about now. That if I'm using like 400 naira per kg feed and your FCR is 1.5, that means the fish will cost me like 650 naira to raise. I've not put the money of juveniles, I've not put the money of operations, I've not put the money of fuel. I can stop. I will just turn all the fish to smoking size and let it go. Are you following? This is business. You understand? I will just turn it smoking size and let it go. I know that it did not work. I will try another batch. So you don't have to wait for 6 months or 5 months to already know that this fish is not doing well or something like that. With all of these records, you can make those decisions quite early on. I mean, within 1 month, within 6 weeks, I've let the fishes go because I know they are not doing so well. All right. So so with this, let's look at a properly filled one. So this is a properly filled fish feed sheet. All right. So it's used to serve all the farms. It can be used to serve all the ponds on the farm, all right, for the specific week. All right. So now let's look at this pond. The pond is pond B. All right. You can see here 14/20 of August 08. All right. This 14 to 20, that's these dates. All right. And then the feed name is Ugachik 32. The amount to feed is 19.8 kg. And then on Monday, it actually ate 20 kg. On Tuesday, they ate 20 kg. Wednesday, they ate 21 kg. Thursday, 20. Friday, 17, 18, 18. The total is 114. Now look at the explanation here. Cloudy and rained a lot this week from Thursday. So that Thursday, the temperature went low. And we all know that catfish will not eat well when the temperature is low. Do you understand? That's why during dry season and Harmattan, they don't eat so well. So you can see that with this now, no, there is no shock that, oh, okay, something happened at the end. With this now, with the pond operations and with these records, you can't tell me there's a shock on the farm. Are you following? So then look at the next one now. If you follow through. Now look at the excuse. No feeding on Sunday afternoon because Monday, so this is Sunday afternoon. You can see there's no feeding recorded because Monday will be sample day. It was cold and cloudy till mid-morning this past week. So when you write stuff like this now, we can see the skip. And with this total kg, if I supply 1 ton of feed to the farm, if I supply 1,000 kg of feed to the farm, it must finish here before it finishes in the store. You understand? It must finish here before it finishes in the store. And for it to finish here, there must be a translating increase in the weight of the fish. You know? So yeah. That. So a little summary on record taking. Let me see. Okay, so we have farm stress and okay, so I would have Dr. Sam help us with this farm and stress management. All right, but a little summary on the record taking. All right, the objective of keeping record is to monitor and evaluate performance. All right.
Can you increase the size so that we'll read along with you?
Thank you. Okay, so. Okay, so the objective of the records is to monitor and evaluate performance. Let me see if I can get it larger. Yeah, it's to guide the management and investment decision making. You can see this investment decision making. That's what I was telling you about. That I don't wait till the end of my fish cycle to now say, oh, I made a loss. No, my investment, I make decisions, you know, that, no, this fish is not doing so well, let it go. But I can have a fish now that the FCR is so good at 1.1 or 1.1 to 1, and I will keep them for longer because I know the more I feed them, the more I will make money from it because the FCR is very good. And it's the basis for all the farms planning data, all right? So recommended production records are the pond record sheet and the feed record sheet. With those two, I mean, you're good, all right? So in combination, the pond management performance helps you know when the pond is approaching critical or carrying capacity. I'll explain all of that later in our next class. I think our next class is tomorrow. Then helps you manage water quality and production, stock control, and then feed performance helps you know how efficient the feed is. All right. The trends in feeding response based on, you know, environment, water quality, etc. And then the farmers use all of this. They should also keep records of other costs. All right, labor, transport, you know, how much do you pay your staff salary per month, you know. It's a fish farm. See, the truth is in every fish farm, there's always pond repairs. There's always miscellaneous, you know, pipe, the one pipe burst today, the other pipe burst next tomorrow, call plumber, call electrician, generator did not start, all those kind of things. You need to write them down so that you can know your average monthly expense, all right? So, so you write down them and you make your decisions, all right? Great. So because I think we've been on this for quite a while. This is to 1. All right, and we started this class by 8 o'clock this morning, and this is to 1. So I think we still have tomorrow, Doctor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yes.
There's no dull moment. Let's continue. I'm enjoying it. You can take the whole day. It's okay.
Anthony.
Okay.
So should I let me hand over to Dr. Sam so it takes farm and
Yeah, you need to also refresh a little bit so that
yes. So let me just
no, we have not.
I just want to, before I stop sharing my screen, let me just see. So after that, we have harvesting and marketing, then we have process. Yeah, and then that'll be all.
Yes.
So Dr. Sam, we'll just hand over this. I'll just hand over this farm and stress management to you. Then then 2 of us will talk about harvesting and marketing. And then
maybe maybe before you continue, Halima, is Halima there? Oh, she's not there. Halima.
Excuse me.
Yeah. I wanted to just do some little housekeeping. I will get back to you. I'm trying to find out if Halima is there. Okay, she's not. So, I would want us to have a pick to know exactly what time are we stopping, so that you know how much time you have at hand to be able to share the time appropriately. When are we stopping today?
When are we supposed to finish?
I think we should stop by 1:30. All right.
All of everybody. Yes. Okay. Hello, sir.
1:30.
Yes.
Hello, are you with me?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be last for 6 hours, and hopefully by 2 o'clock we should be through based on the schedule.
Okay. Effective 6 hours. If we stop at 1:30, we are still within. So it's all right. Let's continue.
So, Doctor, please help us take
Can you drop the screen?
Okay, hold on.
Can you just stop here? Okay. What is important as far as I'm concerned is not the duration, is the quality of delivery. I want to appreciate the experts in the field, Fish, for a well-documented, well-presented seminar on this subject matter. It cannot be better than this. You've done an excellent presentation and all of the work you've done.
Thank you, sir.
This is not just a paperwork, it's experience. And once an experienced person is talking, who is in the field, he speaks with authority, with clarity, and with example, and we have all seen it. So we, as directorates and university, we appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So
thank you, Mr. Akin.
So those are well documented precision. If I have this, Anthony, I want to let you know that if I have this when I started my farm, I would have done better than what I did. But unfortunately, most of the time when we have theoretical frame theories in classes, we leave them behind and do our own thing when we get to the field. Most of the time, things were taught in school, we leave them behind in our libraries. And when we get to the field, we use our common sense. It will not work. And let me just quickly say again that from this, and I know there's much more, you will know that fish farming enterprise on a commercial basis to earn and make profits is not a lazy man job.
Yes, sir.
The entire faculty must be involved. Your mind must be involved. Your energy must be involved. You must be thinking and thinking well to be able to break even, especially when you are going on a commercial scale, because many things are going to be involved. the fixed capital itself alone, is threatening.
Yes,
not to talk about the variable cost of production,
yeah.
And of course, like he said just now, the uncertainties that exist in the field. So it's not a straight line graph. There's a lot of corners along with it that you need tutoring. You need somebody to mentor you. You need somebody to supervise you. You need somebody to reprimand you. You need somebody to wake you up. Sometimes you wake up, you don't want to step out of the comfort of your house. And but because you know that something living is out there, you just have to step out and care for their welfare, because their welfare is your own welfare. Yes. So because, like we said, we are time bound. We would have loved to rush this because tomorrow is 4 hours, and from the curriculum, we don't have too many things to do. It's good to take care of these things very well, and so that you understand, them as you should. But yes, so many of these things has been done well. I'll just go straight to the farm and stress management. We all know this to be true. Like I mentioned, he has mentioned it.
Sorry, Dr. Sam, just I'm very sorry. At the chat box, there are 2 questions that our participant has asked. Maybe we'll allow Akin to address those 2 questions before you continue. It will also be a 1-minute break. He has these 2 questions. Akin, you want to take it? Mr. Akin, do you have tilapia over here in Abuja?
I've seen the question, Mr. Akin. Okay. Do you have tilapia over here in Abuja? And number 2, how many times do we have to feed fish in a day?
Yeah.
So I've explained, number 1, I don't have tilapia in Abuja for sale. I hope that's what you mean. But I have 1 or 2 tilapia farms that buy tilapia fish from me. That's tilapia juveniles from me from Ibadan to Abuja. Number 2, how many times do we have to feed fish in a day? So I've explained that fish they digest what's in their stomach after 4 hours. Doctor also explained to you how fish are more active in the night. So when they are smaller, like juveniles, I always prefer to feed 3 times a day. I feed 8 to 8. That 2 is the figure 2, not 8 to 8. 8 p.m., 2 p.m., then 8 p.m. when they are juveniles. But after once they enter 50 grams, I feed just twice a day, morning and evening. All right. So I make it fixed times. So it can be 8 and 7 or 8 and 8. But fixed time. So basically 2 times a day is good enough once they pass 50 grams. Thank you. Doctor, over to you.
Okay. Well,
I think that is very
Doctor,
clear.
you can continue with me.
That is very clear. Of course, that also dovetails into management of the feed. There's management of the fish, management of the environment, management of all the 3 dimensions. So you have to be able to know how to manage them, and what is important is that the level of inputs is coming into the environment, the ecosystem. That's, that pond. Input is coming in, and every pond has what we call the carrying capacity, average size of a particular habitat, based on the environmental factors, so that must be put into consideration. So in order to prevent a situation where there is decline in productivity, because what you actually want is maximum productivity of the pond, so that the fish can come out optimally. So you have to be able to maintain, healthy, ecosystem, healthy one. Because if you don't maintain a very healthy ecosystem, you have declined productivity, because there will be deterioration of the ecosystem. So in order to prevent this, there are 4 things you must observe, 4 of them. 4 of them are stated in our slide here. Number 1, you ensure that your stock, on the pond, the carrying capacity, you make sure that you maintain that. And which, like I said, every pond has specific carrying capacity, which you must not exceed. You should know it. And if you exceed it, there are consequences for it. Okay? So you just have to know 3 things. The productivity of the pond is dependent on the carrying capacity, which you must not allow to deteriorate. Okay? So, and there are 4 things that determine, the stock base. How many will I stock? Is it 1,000? Is it 50? Like he said, the length, the breadth, the height, the width must be taken into consideration. So the first thing you want to know is, what is the quality of my feed? When he was explaining something before now, he said to us that you can choose to now compound your feed. In attempt to cut down costs, you may have problem later. The problem is that the company that are producing feed, like he mentioned, Olam, they take advantage of what we call economic of scale. Economic of scale. They can go to, they even have a farm, okay, by what we call backward integration. They have a big farm where they have all the things they are going to use to compound their feed. So you cannot beat them in the game. They can go ahead, they can go to Kano and Kaduna to go and bring 4, 5, 6 trailer of all of those products. The granules, the everything, and they have them in their storehouse. So the quality, the type and the quality of the feed must be taken into consideration. If you are going to have a healthy, ecosystem that has, that can give you productivity that is very high. Then also you must consider the size of the fish. If I have 10,000 fish, okay, and the carrying capacity of that at a fingerling must be different from that of juvenile. That's why we have multiple ponds, okay? Where if I start my production process in one of them, I have in mind that by the time they are getting to juvenile, I will separate them into different ponds based on their size, based on their carrying capacity. Smaller ones will require smaller feed. Why? As their growth process increases, they begin to require more less biomass because they will require more oxygen at that time. Then we must take into consideration the depth of the pond itself. Minimum required heights, 2 feet, and the water table must be 1.5 or 1.8 also to make room for you to be able to lower your hand and feed them properly. So that's the 4 aspects of the stock base. So your stock base must be accurate. It must not be less. It must not be too much. And these are the factors that determine what is going to be your stock base. The final thing is the quality of your water. So your water quality is very important, to determining your stock base. Then the second thing that you must do to prevent deterioration in productivity is your feed. You give them feed they are able to consume, at that time. Remembering that the feed must be nutritious, must be digestible and stable on water. If not, the food will just dissolve into the water and cause pollution, of that same water body itself, thereby reducing your productivity, and you're polluting the water, your productivity will begin to decline, and it will affect the health and the productive capacity of that fish itself. So the third thing is that you maintain static water during course of production. Only increase your water or flush your water when you notice that there's deterioration. There's a constant, you have a constant schedule if you want to change your water. However, if you notice that there is no need for it, okay, because it also depends on what you are running. I always advise that you run what we call either total flow-through system or partial flow-through system. Because with the partial flow-through system, you can ensure that water is coming in gradually and also going out gradually. Even with that also, you are ensuring that the dissolved oxygen level is increased or maintained at a standard rate. Fourthly, be careful if you flush the pond. Try to avoid sudden reduction in pond water temperature. That's the same thing I'm saying. You don't just remove the water at the same time. You allow, a gradual reduction and a gradual infilling back so that there is constant body water, temperature, and even the dissolved oxygen level is the same as you do all of the two processes. That's why I always advise that, you do partial, flow through system. If you don't have enough water to do continuous flow through system, do a partial one, and well regulated. And we are here. Sometimes we have issues. Water has deteriorated. What do you do? When you begin to see that your fishes are hanging, and they are no longer feeding, like he explained to you, they're not feeding as they should. You just notice that. What must you do? You either reduce the density of the fish itself, because as long as they remain in that pond, their waste will keep polluting the fish, the ecosystem. So you either do partial harvest or total harvest if you want to take it to the market, or you reduce them, or you reduce the amount of feed. So you are talking about the fish itself, or the feed itself, or water. These are the three things that you must do. Reduce your fish density, the amount of feed you are giving them, or the amount of water exchange. You either flush it or you dilute it. So these are one of the things you must put into consideration. Of course, sometimes you have to put in the aerator so that there's constant flow, of oxygen or the dissolved oxygen level maintain or increase. So in summary, to be able to maintain stress-free, ecosystem, number one, select good fish stock. We cannot overemphasize these aspects. Your stock must be very good. If the fish is poor in physical condition, definitely the fish conversion ratio, will be very poor as well. Well, he has explained that one, over and over and over again. And that's why your stock must be of the good kind. And of course, you must know how to handle the fish with care. During transporting, during stocking, he has showed you in one of the videos how, the fish had to be, oxygen had to be introduced into the enclosure and transported. So there are different ways you should handle them appropriately. Even how you introduce them to the water body, you saw in that video, it must be handled with care, and all of that. So there are guidelines for handling the fish. Number one, identify and summarize all chemical, physical, biological stressor for each handling situation. And you must ensure that, all of those stressors are at a minimal level, and we must be very careful never to remove fish from the water unless absolutely necessary. Like he said, if you do so, you can lose 2 or 3 days that they are expected to grow to maturity. So every day counts. If you are going to stress any fish, knowing that you're going to leave them for another day before you start feeding them, then the day of their maturity will definitely be will be delayed. So do not hold fish out of water longer than absolutely necessary, or do not handle with dry hand. Do not overload fish in nets and container out of water. You know, we must know that fish are easily stressed out. You know, and once they are stressed out, their capacity to, you know, to digest their food and also to give us the maximum expected output will be lost. We are told that do not change water temperature around the fish for more than 3 degrees centigrade at a time. That's why we encourage that, you know, you don't just change the water, you know, abruptly like that. You plan to do it, you do it gradually. Do not measure and weigh individual fish unless there's some specific need for the information. That's why we're taking the average during sampling. We're saying that you just take a sample and weigh them, you know, not taking individual fish from morning till night. You have lowered the water and you are beginning to, you know, take the weight of each of them. It's unethical. And we said avoid using chemical, you know, when handling fish. Thirdly, feed fish with only good quality feed. We cannot overemphasize that. That's why we show you the various percentages that is required, you know, for proper formulation of our feed. It is important that, like we have explained to you before now, you know, use nutritional pelleted feed that has 30 to 32 protein fortified, you know, with vitamin C and other supplements. So it's very, very important that we avoid using, you know, what's the chemical that we have explained before. Never apply drugs or chemical to a fish or to their waters unless it's absolutely necessary. You know, not even in the world when people are looking for organic fish right now, chemical is, you know, it's an aberration, especially when it's not needed. A little salt, I've seen in my experience, a little salt can solve a lot of problem, you know, for basic bacteria disease fish. Salt will take care of it. You know, of course, we know that before this time around, you have cautioned the environment before water is introduced, before the fish also is introduced. So these are the basic things that you need to know. The fifth one is maintain good water quality. We've said that before. You know, even before construction, during construction, everything must be in place. Of course, predator, we must keep away predator. You know, we use net, we use all kind of, even human predator, we have to ensure that we keep them out. Like I explained to you how I devise needs to keep human predator out of my ponds. So we just have to do that. Some even use wire mesh over the ponds such that, you know, people don't have access to it. They even lock it up, but make sure that it's well aerated and it doesn't make the fish uncomfortable as well. So these are the things that you should do, you know, if you are going to have your farm free of stress, you know, and as long as you are able to keep stress out of the life of a fish, they will be able to feed properly, exist in the ecosystem properly, and their feed conversion efficiency will be very high, and you have maximum optimal production of the fish at the right time, you know, for the markets, for harvesting and for marketing, because you always have a target. You have a target weight you are looking at per month. You have a target weight you are looking for per month. To be able to achieve all of that, your management must be optimal to achieve them so that you can harvest these products at the right time for the right markets. Okay. So harvesting and marketing. Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Sam, maybe you can take these two questions that are on the chat box before you move to the next heading, if you don't mind.
Okay.
There are two questions there already.
Yeah,
what is really wrong,
if the farmer is interested in knowing the weight of each of the fish in the pond? The pond, you have to know the carrying capacity of that pond. If your pond is carrying, 4,000 fishes. Now, Prof, will you advise that you start weighing all the 4,000 each of them?
Maybe I'm just imagining a small size pond.
Or I mean, you will have stressed out the fishes. That means that you are going to lower the water. You will kill 3/4 of the fish.
Wow. Okay. All right, great. So next question.
So how often do I treat a pond while in stock? Treat. Well, you see, when we treat a pond from the beginning, we're applying lime and we have a purpose for doing so, okay? And even when we do that, we allow it for some days, so that even the chemical itself will have been, even when we introduce water after we even cure, we allow it for some time so that, before we introduce the fish there, so that by the time you are introducing the fish there, you will not even kill the fish that you are even introducing into it. So they will allow the water to gain its balance. So once you have treated it, my colleague in the field will explain better. Once you have treated it from the beginning, except there is an issue, there is disease condition, you don't need to treat again. If you even observe a disease condition, like we said, the salts, if you experience a disease condition, if you see any of the fish that has the problem, you go for that fish and take it out of that water body immediately, okay? And also, the treating can just be the salt we are advising you to just add. And if it's becoming complex, you have to call the consultant to know exactly what antibiotics to apply. Akin, you want to say anything about that, please? Akin Fish.
Yes, thank you very much, Doctor. I mean, you've answered everything. You said exactly what was on my mind, actually. So you don't, then another thing, the person who asked that question about knowing the weight of each fish in the pond is that when you actually see a fish pond, it's not like you will be removing one to say, that's the big one or that's the small one. You just have a volume, you have 10 or 100 or 200. So as Doctor said, how realistic is it for you to say, oh, this one is 1 kg or something like that? It makes absolutely no sense. So you just want to know the average weight. And as Doctor also said, you know the carrying capacity of the pond and then know the average weight of what you have on pond, all right? And then also about treating the pond, as Doctor rightly said, we do it once before we start the pond. And that's only for 18 pond though. For concrete pond, mobile ponds, and the likes, we don't even do anything. We just use salt to clean it, and we put the fish, and they're fine, So, I mean, those are my immediate answers. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, this is practical aspects that I want you to just anchor as well. Harvesting, we have said a lot of things about harvesting and how it must be periodical. You can't just, because the stocking itself is also phased, different phases. You can't say, okay, I'm stocking 10,000, I will harvest it the same day. You will run into a problem, okay? From the beginning, like the charts you saw, you will observe that, that the record you saw here, okay? What is the record? Yeah, you will see here that this harvesting is in a different day, different sequence, you know, and we're not, all this one happened in pond 3, okay? And there could be different ponds, okay? There could be different ponds. You have picked this number from this pond, you are picking another one from another pond, you're picking another from another. So you just have to know, have this record in place, know their weights in place, know your markets. Like he has done, the marketing is driving force for commercial aquaculture. Before deciding to invest in aquaculture, you must identify a potential market to which the fish can be sold. We said it before, the rise and fall of the enterprise is dependent on your markets. You can, I've had fish before and I was begging these fishmongers to come and pack them.
Yes.
I have run into that crisis because, you know, many things that was taught here, I don't know them. It's not like I finished, you know, I just want to put this into practice. I launch into it. I have fish, but there's no markets. And I cannot continue to feed them because I'm putting in more money. Unfortunately, that was even what pushed me to this thing that he will be talking about, processing. I learned processing by what I suffer. So, yeah, so I had to know, you know, where is my product going to, you know, so I can make profits out of my products, you know, because everything, okay, you have to also know, like he said, it's put here, the farm gates of the fish produce. The same fish can have different price based on your location and based on your customers. So you just have to know what is my target market, okay? And your target market will determine the level of your investments. So therefore, optimal size of one's operation, your technology you're going to adopt, everything is dependent upon the market you wish to enter. If you are producing for people in Bodulon, in Ikoyi, you can be sure that, you know, if you give them big fish and whatever price you are putting into it, you will get it. So like he said, if you are producing for Ibadan market, they don't like big fish, just average weight of 600 grams, well smoked or live, they will buy. So you must know your target market. So the detail of which, you know, specify activity of all of this in terms of activity, you know, what you do, because you are determining the end from the beginning. And there are many questions that will determine, you know, your X amount of fish, catfish you want to take to the market, you know, per week. Okay, and there are about 7 of them. You must ask yourself, how many ponds should I have in order to meet my target markets? Remember, everything, we are determining the end from the beginning. I have this market. I'm able to supply ShopRite. I've supplied this person, supplied that person. Oh, like he said, if you're on commercial, like he has gone into commercial basis, he knows how many of these things he will produce per week. He knows who is coming for it. So what pond, what is the carrying capacity of the ponds I'm going to have? Do I need 4? Do I need 2? Do I need to even stock all of them? Do I stock 1? You just have to know how many ponds, you know, you will need to meet your demand. And what is the size of the pond? What is the size? Can it carry 10? Can it carry 50, 100, 1,000? Now I've seen situations where people just go ahead and stock 5,000 juvenile, you know, because they want to be able to meet the market. It will not work on the same pond. Okay. So, but we are fortunate now that we have mobile ponds that can be constructed, you know, and partitioned very well for you to have multiple ponds, different operation and different ponds to achieve your expected end per week. So you also want to know how many of these ponds can actually fit into my land. You know, so your land area is very critical. You know, so you not, you know, start what you cannot finish. How long should my cycle be? Do I just want 3 months or 6 months or 9 months? Like you said, different species, depending on your market. Anyway, like you said, the market is a driving force. You need your end must get in proper perspective. What kind of management should I adopt for timely harvest? We said a lot of things about your management techniques so that you can have your timely harvest. What will be the optimal size of the fish to produce? It depends on you, or depends on your customers as well. Depends on people who need your products. You know, recently when I was looking out for fish I want to smoke, I told them the sizes I want. Okay, this is what I want, that's what I want, that's what I want. So they produce to my specification. So your market can place a demand on your specification. And so you are producing to meet that specification. And sometimes, like we were told yesterday when we started the meeting, that we should not just think we are selfish, you know, just me, myself, and I. You must reach out to fellow, you know, fish farmers, you know, who are into the industry, who you can, you know, collect their product to meet your demands when you cannot meet it, you know. And if you are faithful to your partner, you can be sure that they will be faithful to you as well. I can see Prof yawning and he is tired. Okay, yes, Prof is actually tired. So I will. My colleague is seasoned, is more schooled in the world of processing of fish. So I will allow him to take the processing aspects as we begin to round up. Thank you.